At this regular meeting of the Madera City Council, a special meeting of the Madera City Council as the Groundwater Sustainability Agency, and a special meeting of the Madera City Council as the successor agency to the former Madera Redevelopment Agency. If we can have roll call, please.
Mayor Andrew Medellin.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Steve Montes.
Here.
Councilmember Cece Gallegos.
Here.
Councilmember Jose Rodriguez.
Here.
Councilmember Derek Robinson.
Present.
Councilmember Santos Garcia.
Here.
And Councilmember Donald Hawley.
Present.
Thank you so much, Sonia. We have with us this evening from Love Madera, April Molina. She will be leading us in the invocation. If you will stand with me, please.
Good evening. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for tonight. We pray for peace and unity in this meeting, Lord. We lift you up as the God above all gods, Lord, and we praise you and we thank you that we can still come together in freedom. And Lord, we lift up our mayor and our city council and all of their administrators tonight, Lord, and we pray for them and we pray for peace in their hearts and their minds, and we thank you for the hard work that they do on your behalf. We thank you. We love you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much, April. It's good to see you. If you'll join me in the pledge, please. Ready, salute. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Moving on to public comment, the first 15 minutes of the meeting are reserved for members of the public to address the council on items which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speakers shall be limited to 3 minutes, and speakers will be asked to identify themselves and state the subject of their comment. If the subject is an item on the agenda, the mayor has the option of asking the speaker to hold the comment until that item is called. Comments on items listed as a public hearing on the agenda should be held until the hearing is opened. The council is prohibited by law from taking any action on matters discussed that are not on the agenda, and no adverse conclusions should be drawn if the council does not respond to public comment at this time. Is there anyone wishing to speak under this definition of public comment?
Good evening, everybody. Khalid Chaudhry, 3152 Forest Court, Madera, California, 93637. We started this struggle to end corruption and incompetence. I think I started this conversation regarding executive salaries back on, I think, 17th or 18th of October 2017. So here are my some questions. I see here, new city council. So what has been done about executive salaries since that time? Why has not one overpaid person been let go in all this time? Why has the city not sued chemical companies who polluted our water, like other cities have? Instead, our overpaid people, incompetent people, have passed these huge costs of new wells to water ratepayers. And now we have to drill more wells costing millions of dollars. So enough is enough. Then our auditors are somewhere in, I think, still in San Diego. How come we don't have auditor nearby, Jolly CPA? There's a town next door here. So abuse of Measure K money, still no transparency or resident oversight of this spending of millions of dollars of taxpayers' money. Had city managers and city staff been doing their jobs and collecting fees from developers, Measure K would not have been necessary. What has our director of finance been doing since then regarding this collection and all that? Other than, what I've observed so far, $18,700 to pay somebody to do water rate study, if you remember that. Municipal golf course, annual deficit of $600,000 or more. Why are the poorest taxpayers here burdened with a golf course they don't use? Where did the money from the golf course refinancing go? Why is the mayor allowed to do any amount of business with the city? It is clearly a violation of the city code of ethics everyone else has to follow. Please get new contracts with employees and get Madera out of purse, just like the city of Chowchilla did. And also city of Sierra, I think, if you remember, I sent out one link to all of you. It is one big expense we cannot afford. By the way, year 2023, so city will be contributing 78% of the employees' salaries towards purse. So which means that if somebody makes $100,000, so $78,000 go to the purse. So, okay, let's move forward. And please have the courage to clean up this mess like the voters elected you to do. We're counting on you. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Ron Montoya, 1292 Peach Court, Madera, Cali, 93638. I just wanted to start off by picking back on what Mr. Khalid was trying to say is basically we have a Major League Baseball team. That's the salary that we have. Spring training's coming up, so that's what I think about the city. It has to stop. And the voters spoke in November, and they'll continue to speak, and it was a great turnout. And so I'm going to give you guys a chance, but there's consequences. Those 67 voters that signed that petition, Mr. Mendelin, to remove you from office caused some pause for you, hopefully. And the thing is, where I live, your policies and tax implementations caused my neighbors to sell their home. They're not watering the grass anymore. They're not buying plants anymore. Unfortunately, some moved out because they couldn't afford the taxes. And I sent you guys an email this morning. I don't have everybody's email, but offering some solutions regarding the CFD tax monies. It's about $24,000 a month. Okay, I'm in Los Banos. This is one of the solutions. Okay, it's in a residential neighborhood, and we talked about this when you and I met maybe 6 months ago. This is in Los Banos. It can happen. So excuses is not an option, okay? This is in Sanger. It's a speed bump with the crosswalk, okay? Olive and Knox, do we have to wait for somebody to die? The reason why we have those crosswalks in front of Sierra Vista School now with lights is because a little kid was hit. Something bad had to happen. And now they're all over in front of schools, okay? Here's another one in Los Banos. You guys going to the 152 Hot City Barbecue is a great place, okay? Here's another one, okay? I sent an email. Now, I'm just not coming up here and complaining. You don't need to pay me some huge salary to come up with some consultant fees. I live in this community. I'm vested. Okay. Yeah, I sent you guys a PowerPoint on Clovis. That's a great place. Most of your administrators and decision makers live in Clovis. I love Harlem Ranch. I love Old Town Saloon. I love Old Town Clovis. Bring those over here. But we have a high sales tax, increased water rates, and then we have a mayor that owes $96,000 in taxes. How can you expect us? You should be held to a higher standard. My neighbors sold their homes because of this Malabrou's tax. And information was passed on to me that you owe $96,000 in taxes as of last year in 2018. You should be held to a higher standard. And how it's embarrassing. Madera deserves better than this. Thanks.
Anyone else wishing to speak?
Good evening. My name is Officer Rodriguez. I'm with the Madera California Highway Patrol office here in Madera. I'm here as currently assigned as a Madera Public Information Officer. We currently in our valley have a new division chief, and his main priority right now is the reduction of fatal traffic collisions. As you know, last year we took as an area 14 fatal traffic collisions, with half of those being DUI related. So with that in mind, we're going to be doing a lot of enforcement, DUI saturation patrols, DUI roving patrols, as well as a lot of county road, as well as Highway 99 enforcement as far as speed is concerned. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Kay Rhodes, Pex Printery, 201 South Pine Street, resident of the the county of Madera and the city of Madera for 44 years. As you know that I've been here last year numerous times in 2017, asking you guys to consider doing something about the high wages for all of the people that are in charge. I'm not asking for you to do anything about the wages for the worker bees. I think they earn every penny They're the ones that are out there working. But this is ridiculous that the city of Madera, in one of the poorest cities in the Central Valley, has some of the highest wages. That's why two of your people lost their positions on the city council. And thank you for the new people that stepped up and want to do a good job. I'm here for one other reason, too. The water thing really concerns me. I don't know how many of you read the December 29th issue of the Tribune about the contamination of wells. They're not only contaminated in the city of Madera, but in the county of Madera. I personally, in the last 6 months, have been diagnosed with a rare blood cancer that they have no understanding of. I am going to go to the county to see just when my wells were tested. After reading that article, I see that there's a lot that can be done. You're going to have a lot more complaints. I also drink the city water. I worked here for 32 years, and I'm still working here daily. So anybody that drinks the city water might be exposed to something that nobody even knows what it is. There's an article in the Los Angeles Times from 20 years ago, saying that the most affected city was the city of Fresno. They sued and are getting money to replace their wells. Just like Khalid said to you a few minutes ago, why are you not doing something to get money from these chemical companies? Some of the richest companies in the world have contaminated your water. Now get out there and get some money from them and replace our wells and our water. I just hope none of the rest of you get a diagnosis like mine. I do not have leukemia. It's something rare, and they don't know what it is. But I think more and more people are going to suffer from these things. I have no effects right now. No symptoms, but that doesn't mean I won't in the near future. And I get blood tested every month. So it's something that you better be aware of, because there are going to be more people other than myself that are going to come here and start suing the city if you have not done your job. I'm not suing the city, I live in the county. But I'm not going to sue. But I think that it's something that you better be aware of. It is happening, and get off the stick and get your money that other people are getting. The city of Dinuba was the first city. The contaminant is everywhere. There are thousands of tons of it in the soil. Read the article. I don't know if all of you did. It was during Christmas vacation. But read the article, because it's going to affect all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rhodes.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Diane. I'm Executive Director of Big Brothers Big Sister. I live in 5188 East Grant Avenue, Fresno, California. Unfortunately, not in this wonderful city. Actually, I know that we're going to be on the agenda to talk about our program. So I actually would like to invite, I put a pamphlet together. So if you could pass it out to everybody. And everybody in the audience, you're more than welcome to come as well, okay? So I just wanted to announce that we have our High School Bigs program. If you guys are not aware, we're at 3 of your elementary site where high school students are mentoring the elementary kids. It's a beautiful win-win program. And we're doing on February 18, 2019. If you guys want to join us, everybody's welcome to come and join us. Just throwing it out there. And then also I have stats for you and a pamphlet, as well as Bowl for Kids' Sake. I would love to invite everybody here. Everything that we raise stays in Madera for the children. So we're doing a Bowl for Kids' Sake, and you have all the information, the flyer there. But I'm also here because I want to introduce someone that joined our team, our Big Brothers Big Sisters family, and he wanted to share something about one of your chief of police. He's also a big brother. So Ramon, do you want to share what happened today? Just try to keep everybody light of things.
Well, hey guys, I'm Ramon Nunez. I am the new program coordinator of Madera County for Big Brothers Big Sisters of Central California. One of my many jobs is to be in charge of the Bigs in Blue program, which is one of the programs that we do offer. And I'd like to say, and I'm very proud to say that today we introduced Chief Dino to his little today from Madera South High School. We went out to a Boy Scouts luncheon. It was wonderful. It was great, and we hope to see more of the officers that are present here today, if even some members of the community who would want to motivate and inspire and just be a part of a child's life. We all know we needed that one person when we were young, and let's be that person we needed when we were young. Thank you. Yes, Chief.
Thank you for your time. Did everybody get a packet?
Yes, we did.
I'd just like to say one thing before you go. His little is not little than him. So just make sure we know that.
Okay.
Oh, man, that's cool. I just got it.
Mayor Medillin, members of the City Council, former Fire Chief Nancy Corporich, and I wanted to take an opportunity. Many of you know that I've promoted to Assistant Region Chief as of December of this past year, and have had the opportunity to work in this wonderful city for the past 7.5 years as your fire chief. And I wanted to have an opportunity to come before the City Council and thank you so much for the support that the fire department has received. It's been a wonderful tenure here. When I came here in May of 2011, the city was working at a pretty significant deficit. So we were trying to figure out ways that we could help on the CAL FIRE side, help meet our obligations to the citizens, still providing fire protection, but also how can we help the city, you know, save monies in areas and be able to still meet their effective responses. And this city does a wonderful job of staffing their fire stations. And at the time, when I had spoke with the then city manager, David Tooley, he said, give us about 6 months, you know, see how the program works and we'll get back together. And so we got back together after 6 months. We're still working out a deficit, but he listened to me, and when we said way back then, one of the things that you're missing is a third fire station in the north end of the city to take care of the citizenry that lives there and the businesses that were there. That was something that that stuck with him, that resonated with him, and also the department heads were instrumental in helping us come to that resolve. And I want to thank you all for supporting us over the years so that we could get there. It is something that was needed for the city, and it will be a wonderful addition when we have those folks at station staffed and up and running. And I want to tell a little story about, it was probably like the 3rd or 4th department head meeting that I had an opportunity to attend. And when Mr. Presbola led the department head on a laughing exercise where we all had to laugh in different ways. And yeah, it was a team building concept, and it was something that helped all the department heads and not only just enjoy being together, but also build that teamwork. I knew that this was a city I loved to work in, and the folks that sit here are wonderful people, and I will miss all of them, but I will miss you as well. And I just wanted to thank you so much for the opportunity to be your fire chief, and also introduce you to the acting fire chief that will be here as your new fire chief. This is Mike Van Lobensells. He's been the deputy chief for Madera, Mariposa, Merced for the past little over a year, and he's worked in the area for many, many years. So Mike knows a lot about the city and what goes on here, because we keep our E-team, you know, well informed about what happens. And so you're in great hands with Mike, and I want to give him an opportunity to say a couple words.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mike Van Lobensells. I'm the deputy chief and currently your acting fire chief for the city. You know, through 25 years of my career, I've had the pleasure of actually working within the city, starting as an engineer, going and doing some captain time here, covering here as a battalion chief, and now to sit here and to be the acting fire chief is a true honor for me. And I look forward to working with each and every one of you in the months and years to come, hopefully. So thank you. And if you have any questions for me anytime, don't ever hesitate to give me a call. I'm available to everyone here 24/7. Thank you.
Great, Chief. Thanks very much. Welcome. We look forward to working with you in the future. And Nancy, it's been a pleasure. We wish you all the best of luck. And the partnerships we had over the years have just been amazing and outstanding. And we know wherever you go and whatever you do, you're going to be very successful and make that team even better. So thank you very much. And on a personal note, I really appreciate the communication we've had in working together. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll still be watching out for you guys from afar. So.
How far is the question? That's
Oh, yeah. So just for folks, so I'm the assistant region chief, and I'm now stationed in the Riverside area, and I have the responsibility of San Luis Obispo County. There are 2 contract counties of Santa Barbara and Ventura, San Diego County, Riverside County, and San Bernardino County. So a little bit bigger than here, but not as fun. So.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Of course.
I'd just like to say thank you very much for your service and welcome to our area. But I wanted to say that my son had the honor of serving with CAL FIRE for a year, and he fought the rim fire. And he said that some of the best people he ever met were the ones that are working that fire. So thank you.
Councilman Hawley.
Yes, well, Nancy, I was glad to attend. I was able to come and attend her going away party.
Thank you.
And Chachilla, so I met a lot of different fire personnel, even the new captain is taking over. So I'm quite sure he's up to the par, but he's gonna look as good as you. But I think he'll fulfill the obligation. So good luck, and hope you have a wonderful time.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you all very, very much. Anyone else wishing to speak under public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and move into recognition of Public Works staff. I will now turn the microphone over to our city manager, Mr. Rodriguez.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Arnoldo Rodriguez, the city manager for the city of Madera. I'm here this evening to recognize 11 individuals that truly went above and beyond. Unfortunately, this is probably something that we haven't been done, that hasn't been done enough here. And that's to recognize employees that truly exhibit what a servant's heart really means. Now, there's a lot of folks that we all collectively come to work every single day, and we work our 9 hours or 8 hours or sometimes even 10 hours, depending on what shift you're on. However, sometimes the call to duty takes a lot longer. So back in the first week of January, this was January the 4th, there was a water leak, and that water leak it occurred on Olive Avenue. So the water crew was called out there at 5 o'clock in the morning. They were out there. They ended up leaving at 10:30 at night. And so for those of you that are mathematically challenged, as I am, I had to actually sharpen my pencil at 17 and a half straight hours. And unfortunately, they couldn't identify the source of the water leak that evening, so they tried identifying it up and down the street, a couple of different locations. However, they didn't shut the water off on that area. Obviously, you're trying to identify a water leak. So what do? They come back out on Monday. And on Monday, once again, so 2 days later, after having worked 17 and a half hours on Monday, they actually end up being out there for about 18 hours on Monday. And the good part is they identified the leak, they repaired the leak. The other positive note is they hardly even shut the water off, so the nearby residents, either for fire suppression, and there's a couple of restaurants in the area, didn't suffer any losses. So with that, I actually do want to go through the list. And I have certificates here for the 11 employees, and I believe the 11 employees are here. So I'm just going to call your name up. If you'd like to come on up to be recognized, we would appreciate it. So the first individual, we have Brandon Garcia. It's Brandon Garcia. Have to come on up, Brandon. So here's a certificate. It's signed by the mayor and all the various city council members. And so we just want to Oh, okay. There you go. So the next individual, we have Joey Tyler. Joey Tyler. Okay. So we'll be sure that Joey gets that certificate. So the next individual, we have John Vasquez. John Vasquez. No, John. So we'll be sure that John gets his certificate as well. So the other thing that I actually that I had neglected to state is that the various divisions, we have the water division, the sewer division, and facilities and warehouse. So this truly was a team effort. It just wasn't one simple division. We have Josh Reese. Josh Reese? No? Okay. Juan Montemayor. Juan? Linda Aguilar. Linda? Lynn is, I believe, Hollier. Lynn Hollier. Martin Mendoza. Martin. Mike Valdivia. Mike Valdivia. It doesn't seem like Mike was able to make it tonight. And we have Oscar Garcia. And last but not least, we have Oscar Solis. So as Oscar's coming up, I simply, again, just want to say thank you guys for all of your hard work. We know that working 17 and a half hours or 18-hour days is not easy. And so on behalf of the city, thank you very much, and we appreciate everything you've done for us, so thank you.
Could we bring them up here for a photo with the council, if you don't mind? Right up here?
There's one up.
Yeah, you guys go up here. Thank you. And smile.
Good work. The other guys are probably asleep right now, right?
Too tired to come over. We had a baby. Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll stand by and see. They'll tell you.
You're good. Thank you, man. Can we squeeze?
Eric, you want to go on the other side? Walk over there?
Do we do the sideways? I think we got to do the sideways thing.
Yeah, let's. Switch a little bit more probably sideways.
Can't beat
This
that.
way. Yes, okay, there you go. There we go. How do we look?
Get in a little closer. Okay. Much closer. Okay.
Be honest, Linda found the leak, didn't she? It was Linda, wasn't it? She found the leak?
It's still leak.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you.
If you ever do see him, remember, tell him Lynn said hi.
I'll definitely do that. I'll definitely do that.
You know, his dad used to be our hero. Back in the late 60s. That girl attacked, and when his dad got home,
Just drinking my water.
so he
Yeah. We always thought him as a hero. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Lynn. No problem.
We're going to challenge all 11 of them here, too.
There's the dad.
If I can now ask for a late distribution announcement, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, members of the public are advised that documents related to the following agenda item were distributed to the council after the agenda packet was finalized. Under Section C, hearings, petitions, and bids, item C4, it's the consideration of an ordinance and a resolution pertaining to a rezone. A letter was received from Doris Tarleton, and it was distributed to the council this evening. Extra copies are available at the podium for members of the public wishing a copy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sonia. Moving on to consent calendar. Is there any council member wishing to pull any consent item? Seeing none, I would like to pull item B12. There's been some information that's come to light, and I'm going to ask the council if we can move this to the next council agenda, please.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the consent calendar excluding item B12.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded to approve the consent calendar as presented, excluding item B12. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for that. Moving on to item C1. In two parts, this is consideration of a resolution consenting to assignment of real estate option agreement between the City of Madera and the Moores Board, and also consideration of a resolution consenting to assignment of the agreement between the successor agency to the former Madera Redevelopment Agency and the Moores Board. Mr. Merchant.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the special meeting on January 30th, the council took what we thought were the final actions relative to the Affordable Housing Sustainable Communities Grant Program. You'll recall that that's a program where we are looking to bring in a $25 million investment into the downtown, anchored with a $12 million grant for 48 units of housing. What I didn't know was that shortly before the meeting, our consultant working on the project had identified a problem just that day, and that requires one additional action, fairly significant action on the part of the council to provide some flexibility in the way that the land transfer is going to work. And rather than my trying to work my way through that explanation, I'll ask Mr. Segala to come up and explain it to you, and you can take that action if you would.
Thank you, Dave.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Council, thank you for having me here. Michael Segala. I'm here every week. Bob Wilson's going to let me move in, so we're going to be okay. You know about the projects. I won't really go into that. I'll give you a little background here. Throughout the process, we were going to, as a development staff as well, lend some of our experience to Moores to sort of get through the initial cut of this project application in terms of experience. We found out about 3 weeks ago when the state on a weekly basis kind of updates their guidelines and gives you further advisement in terms of questions and answers they receive. They struck the portion that said that, you know, a couple of nonprofits or anybody else couldn't help the sort of lead developer out with their experience, that lead developer on their own had to show their experience and site control in terms of the application. So rather than take a chance and roll the dice, because Morris is a competent developer, but they don't have the depth that the application required, right? So we on a last-minute basis made a scurry, and Moore's had a relationship with Pacific West Communities. They built Arbor Point here in Madera with them, and they've done a couple other sort of deals with them as well. So we reached out to them and to see if they might have an interest in partnering with Moore's on this. So they said yes, which was great because we really needed a strong partner, as it turns out, to get us past the first cut of the application process. So the way it's going to work is Pacific West Communities would be the lead applicant in terms of the application to the state, but with Moore's as the co-applicant, and of course the city is a co-applicant. But in terms of the development of the project itself, Moores would be in the lead with Pacific West in terms of that relationship. So it's just to get, you know, there's a lot of things on this application that we're submitting on Monday. We're there. We feel very comfortable about it. We're about to hit send. There's a few things that are waiting. One of those is site control and the action that we asked for you to take tonight. So in terms of the site control is, as you recall, the city and the redevelopment the successor agency transferred sites to Moores contingent upon receiving this grant. So there's a clause in both of those agreements that says Moores can assign the rights to those properties with the consent of council and the successor agency. So that's what we're asking for you tonight, is to allow us, for the purpose of the application, to assign these properties, if the grant is awarded, to Pacific West Communities, so that the site ownership is in their name when we go to the application and we present this to the state. So it's nothing more than that. It's still a very strong project. It's still a big win for Madera. Nothing's changed in terms of that. It's just the rights of the property are going to be transferred to Pacific West with your consent, so that we can meet the application requirements. And if we can do that, I feel very good about everything else in this application. I think we've done a really good job collectively with your leader. Last week you asked me to come up, and I was like, no, I don't want to come up. This week, if with your indulgence, just 30 seconds here, I'd like to thank you for your leadership as council, mayor, in terms of your support and guidance on this project. And I would like to thank all the staff. I mean, you're not here on a daily basis. We get a lot of communication with staff. There's a lot of stuff that was required for this application. Every time you fill in a blank in the application, they say, send us a letter as a backup, send us a letter as a backup. We're hitting these guys up for letters like every 5 minutes. And they're all coming through, and everybody's really come through. I can't name everybody. Everybody that's here, Arnaldo, David, Chris, Yvette, Keith, sorry if I missed some names. Everybody that's here, Deborah, Victor, your city attorney, city manager, I mean, outstanding job. I've never seen such a high level of cooperation. Because I've done a lot of different projects in a lot of different cities. And to have that level of cooperation and responsiveness has been outstanding. So I just want to say that. And with that, the item before you is 2 resolutions allowing Moores to assign the property rights through their co-partner on this project. And that's what we're asking for you tonight. So thank you.
Great, Mr. Segala. Thank you very much for that. Any questions of Michael? Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Member Dillon. Michael, when we talk about assignment of rights, and I'm sure that this has happened in the past because they've worked with Moores, is there a point where that then is transferred back? Is this only for the purchase of this, or can you elaborate on the assignment of rights, please?
The assignment of rights is just to meet the requirements of the application. The property, the real estate and the improvements to the real estate, the property when it's developed, will be in a co-ownership with Pacific West and Moores. And they'll form their own LLC or partnership for the purposes of the project, you know, and so it will be in co-ownership.
A co-ownership, and at any point in time, if can Moores take that over as soon as the grant is done, or is that something that has to exist moving forward?
The grant is coexist with other funding sources that have their requirements on ownership, so for the tax credit purposes, that ownership structure has to remain in place 12, 15 years, I think. There is a clause in the agreement between Pacific West companies and Moores that says that Moores has the right to purchase the property once they get past those initial years, has the first right of refusal to purchase those properties back from the partnership. Yes.
Okay. Is there any compensation that's due at the time for the, I'm assuming that Pacific company here, they'll have some type of compensation when it comes to going beyond those 12 years? You said they have the right to purchase, meaning either purchase or transfer the assignment.
The project. They will have the right to purchase the project. Yes, there will probably be a financial consideration for that. I do not believe Pacific West will just give them the property.
Yes. Okay.
Councilman Garcia.
Excuse me if I ask questions. I'm a layman, so this is way above my head. If we do this partnership with them and those 12 years go by, will it still be a veterans residence and a low-income residence?
Absolutely. All the funding sources require, and goes back to redevelopment days, 55 years of affordability. And the project remains itself, its identity, and its purpose for that 55 years. So yes, there's deed restrictions from all parties involved in this project that stay with the property for 55 years, regardless of who owns it. That's typical affordable housing.
Also, without this partnership, you don't think we could be successful in getting the funding?
I think there's a chance we get kicked out after the first round. And I really don't think we want to take that chance given all the work we've done to date.
And you have partnered with them in the past?
I personally have not partnered with this group, but this group that we're partnering with here has not only developed Arbor Point and Madera, but I think does like 15 tax credit affordable housing projects a year. They have several hundred projects throughout the Western United States. So very, very competent, well secured co-applicant to enter this funding cycle with. Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions, Mr. Segala?
I have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
So it looks like they're going to be part owner. They're also going to share in some of the liability as well, right?
Yes, the way that, if you may, the way that the deal is structured, Moores has less liability, and the new partner has more of the liability. Yeah, so it's a good deal for Moores because of this other entity. I mean, when you go for these big projects and the banks start asking 100 questions and want to see all your financial statements and the guarantees and personal guarantees and collateral guarantees and everything, that's all on Moores as co-developer. It's not on Moores now. So it's a good deal for Moores in that regard. Their liability has got reduced a lot.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
You know, I just want to make sure that we're clear on this here. So, you know, because this was a project that came before several partners, and this one Pacific West comes towards the end because of the experience, and one could say that this gives us a very good chance of having this become a very successful project. What's in the best interest of not only Moores, is it to have ownership, complete ownership of the project itself? And if so, how would this affect, how would this transfer of assignment affect that if they wanted, if something didn't occur their way? For example, if they didn't decide to sell this over to Moores?
It's in their agreement. They have to offer it to Moores.
Okay,
first.
so it's the option to sell at that time, or I mean, in this case, with Moores has the option to buy.
Yes,
Okay.
first right of refusal.
First right
to
of
buy.
refusal.
It's in
Okay.
their agreement. Yes.
So it somewhat guarantees for them to have the first right to take on that project.
Yes.
At that time.
Yes, absolutely.
Alrighty, just wanted to
Yeah.
make sure that
I
that's
know
the
it's,
case.
it's a little weird, it's a little late. I appreciate your patience and helping us understand this. But yes, it's a little complex, but it's well vetted, and it's the right step forward, in my professional opinion.
And agreed upon at the Moores board, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes.
that they are in total agreement with this as well. I know it didn't say it in here, but pretty much to the points that we've all asked, with less liability. And I think their biggest issue is that this project, we do everything in our power to have every advantage with this application that we're turning in. And I think that's Moore's end game, is to do so. But
Right.
I just wanted to add the fact that they are in total support of this agreement.
Their board approved it today, yes.
Councilwoman Gallegos.
That's what I was going to mention, Mayor Medillin. And on top of that was that our council know that the Moores Board has an attorney on their board. They have a financial director. So to make this decision, they pretty well, it's probably a slam dunk solid, because they would probably check every box. They have their board that has the expertise that maybe we don't have they made sure that everything was checked before they would go ahead with this project.
Yeah, as Michael said, they've been working hand in hand almost on a daily basis with Sagala Inc. and our Moores Board.
And
Councilman Rodriguez.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Councilwoman Gallegos and Mayor Medellin. I don't see anyone from the Moores here today, but I'm sure that they have all the confidence in what you're saying. So my only concern again was that, this is a last minute change that we did. And, we want to feel comfortable that a project of this size does not come back and hurt us in some way. So this is why I wanted to, obviously the concerns that lie before a transfer or an assignment of rights there. So I think you answered the questions, and I think both Mayor Medellin and Councilwoman Gallegos assured that the Moores had approved this, and I think that obviously answers some of the questions there. So thank you.
Thank you.
And through the mayor, I'd just like to clarify too that it is Moores actually asked to be the one doing the assignment, where the council is merely consenting to that action being taken by Moores. So Moores is actually taking that volitional action to assign it. So.
Thank you for that, and thank you for the questions. All very good questions. Anyone from the audience wishing to speak on this particular item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council for action.
And Mayor, we would need two separate approvals on this one because they're two different bodies.
Two different bodies, one of them acting as a member of the City of Madera, the City Council, the other one acting as a member of the successor agency. And then also, do you want us to identify the two different addresses as well in each motion, or it's given?
It's part of the title. I just want to make sure we did it as two separate actions.
Got it. Thank you very much. So the first one acting as a member of the Madera City Council.
I so move to approve C1 as the Madera City Council as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consenting to assignment of real estate option agreement as a City of Madera Council member at 200 and 204 North C Street. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve item C12, acting as a successor agency to the former Madera Redevelopment Agency.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the second part, which is property at 121 and 125 North C Street. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Michael, for presenting and being here. Moving on to item C2, this is consideration of a resolution accepting $45,000 in funding from the Community Action Partnership of Madera County for a re-roofing project at the Millview Center. Ms. C.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Before you move on, Ms. C, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I will have to recuse myself since I do belong to the CAPMC, the Community Action Partnership, and this is an award that's coming from them, so I'll recuse myself for this action.
And Mayor, I know I talked to Councilman Hawley before the meeting, and he sits on the board too, so he's got a conflict.
So the two of them will recuse themselves. Wonderful. Thank
Anybody
you
else?
for that. Yeah. Please no.
Please no.
Continue, Ms. C.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, remaining members of the council. It pleases me to come before you this evening for a two-part request. Our recommendation is that why am I losing my train of thought? Consider a resolution accepting $45,000 from CAPMC, and that we then accept a resolution to appropriate those resources into the correct accounts. As a little background, we applied for a CDBG grant last spring. We made our way through the process around late spring, early summer, and the city, Parks Department in conjunction with Public Works, landed $136,000 for the project. Mm-hmm. In hearing that we were working toward re-roofing Millview, CAPMC Executive Director Maddie Mendez reached out to us and wanted to know if we were going to be able to re-roof the section of the Head Start building that they use there. They're a lessee at our facility. And at the time, John and I visited about it. We thought maybe, but we weren't sure. And as I've described in recent council meetings, we have to phase a lot of projects together because we don't have
We don't have all the funding at the beginning. So essentially, Maddie, in a parallel course, as John and his team and I worked on getting estimates for the roof, gathered some funding from Head Start Region 9. The estimates came in, and we did not have enough. The $136,000 is only enough to re-roof the kitchen and the gym, and CAPMC is a willing partner. They would like to hand over $45,000 to the city so that we can complete that project. That's what those two actions are here for this evening. I'd like to introduce Maritza Gomez from CAPMC. Maddie's out of town. She sends her regrets. And either Maritza or I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
That's fantastic. Any questions of Marianne or Maritza? I just want to say, we talk about partnerships a lot here and working with partners in our community. And a lot of times, Marianne, you and your staff are doing a lot of asking, as kind as possible, but we do a lot of asking. But for Maddie Mendez and CAPMC to not even wait for the ask, but to say, I will help. Of course, we know that, as you said, that they lease the property, but this is a true partnership, and $45,000 is a lot of money. But this will help us complete the entire roof project and not just piece it together. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself, so I won't say anything just yet. I'll let the presentation happen, and we'll move forward with action first before I say anything else. Any other questions or comments from the council? Please.
Well, I'm Maritza Gomez again, CAPMC Head Start Director, and I just want to say we're happy to help with this project. We are just happy that Marianne was able to join in the repair of the roof, because that is a need for our center. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item? If not, I'll bring it back to council for action. And there are two parts. We just need to recognize both parts, Mr. Richardson? Or you want two separate ones as the previous item?
You can take it as one whole item.
I so move to approve C2 as presented, for CAPMC being our partner to fund our roofing facility.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item C2 as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Of course, we'll take the money.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and please extend our appreciation to Maddie and the team at CAPMC. Moving on to item C3, this is a public hearing and consideration of a few parts. A resolution authorizing the annexation of territory to the CFD 2005-01 and authorizing the levy of a special tax and submitting the levy of tax to the qualified electors. That's the first part. I can go on with second part, Mr. Boyle, if you need more time.
Please, no.
Okay.
Let's begin.
Thank you.
Your third item on tonight's public hearing agenda is, in fact, annexation number 5 to the Community Facilities District 2005-01. As a refresher, we introduced this item to you back in your second meeting in December. And, but to be sure, the purpose of the CFD 2005-01 is to levy an annual special tax to finance police protection services, fire protection and suppression services, park maintenance, and storm drainage system operation and maintenance. In this particular instance, annexation number 5 is just a 2.3 acre annexation area which provides for the development of the Balava and Burke subdivision, which will be 14 lots on the furthest extent of Adele Street at Merced. The city, about 5 years ago, placed an extension into Adele with a street easement across the property. The applicant wishes to subdivide that property, and as a requirement of the conditions of approval, annexation to the CFD is required prior to recordation of the final map. As a sidebar, also I wanted to make certain that the commission council understood that this is not CFD 2006-01, which is of some consternation to some of our citizenry in the KB Homes subdivision in the southeast quadrant of the town. That was created to provide for a separate set of financing parameters that don't have anything to do with police and fire protection services that the citywide CFD 2005-01 is applicable to. Coming back to our 1219 council agenda, when we introduced this item, we introduced it with two resolutions. The first resolution adopted this boundary map showing the territory proposed for annexation, which mimics the Balava subdivision, and we also adopted a resolution declaring the city's intention to authorize the annexation of territory into the CFD. And that, as part of that resolution, it included the date for this special election to hear, February 6, 2019. With council's positive action tonight, that process would be completed. What is that process? You really have 4 steps up for grabs tonight. The first one is adoption of a resolution which essentially authorizes the annexation of territory and authorizes the levy of a special tax, that verbiage being highlighted within the full title. The second resolution would be a call for the special election to occur. Then we would hold our special election and certify the results thereof. The city clerk is in possession of the lone ballot of the property owner of the Balava subdivision. And then finally, our last consideration would be making certain findings, certifying those results of the election, and adding that territory to the CFD. Your staff report also showed kind of a colorized version of the various properties that have been annexed over time. The circle in your upper northeast quadrant is the Balava and Burke subdivision properties. And as noted back in annexation number 4, I think the council, as the city begins to grow outward, will continue to see additional annexations over the course of the next calendar year. Staff is currently processing 3 subdivisions. Each of those subdivisions will be required to annex into the CFD. So we'll be visiting this process again very soon. That said, staff recommends completion of the election, adoption of the specified resolutions necessary for the annexation of territory into CFD 2005-01. That completes my presentation. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to the city clerk and the mayor to complete those processes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boyle. For an announcement.
Thank you, Mayor. I declare that the notice of public hearing was published on January 12, 2019. Turn it back over to the mayor.
Thank you very much. At this point, at this time, I'm going to open the hearing to any protests, comments, and questions from any interested party or anybody from the audience. Please come forward.
Okay.
Seeing none.
Thank you. I declare that no written protests were received, that there are less than 12 registered voters within the Community Facilities District, that written consents to hold the Community Facilities District elections today have been received from all landowners within the proposed annexation number 5, and that I concur with the holding of a special election for annexation number 5.
Thank you so much, Sonia. At this point, I will close the public hearing and turn it back over to our city clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I would request that the council consider adoption of the first resolution and the second resolution as noted on the agenda.
Thank you so much. I'll bring it to council. Again, this is item C3, looking for consideration of the first and second parts.
Mr. Mayor, I so move we approve the first and second of C3.
Mayor, let's go ahead and take those one at a time for the record.
Thank you very much.
So C1.
So C3, I guess it would be -1 or. So the first one is a resolution authorizing the annexation of territory to the CFD 2005-01.
Mr. Mayor, so move approve.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And now the second portion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve item C3-2 as presented.
Second.
This is approval of a resolution calling a special election and submitting to the voters of annexation number 5 of the city CFD 2005-01. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for that. I will now call on our city clerk to conduct the special election.
Thank you, Mayor. And as stated earlier, there is only one ballot, so it's only going to take a second. We don't need to call a recess.
Good.
and Mr. Merchant will be my witness. His name is Vanna today. Okay, so my announcement is I received one ballot, and the total number of votes for the one ballot is a total of 3 votes, and that is a yes vote. I declare at this point that Proposition A has passed unanimously, and then I would request consideration of adoption of the 3rd resolution declaring the election results.
Thank you so much, Sonia. I'll bring it back to council for the 3rd option of the resolution.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve item C3.3, declaring and certifying the results thereof.
Second.
That portion has been properly moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And now we move on with the 4th portion. Sonia, your part is done.
Mr. Mayor, I also moved.
That's correct.
Accept item C4.
C3.
Number 4.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item C3.4, a resolution making certain findings, certifying the results of the election, and adding to the territory identified as annexation number 5 CFD 2005-01. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
That was rough.
Yeah. We got to practice some more.
Yes.
Moving on to item C4. This is a public hearing and consideration of introduction of an ordinance rezoning 2 parcels located in proximity to the intersection of Barnett Way and Gary Lane. Mr. Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a pleasure to present the 4th item on tonight's public hearing agenda, and that would be the Rye Apartment Complex, which is a rezoning and general plan amendment that would facilitate the development of a 138-unit apartment complex. The Planning Commission reviewed this proposal back in January's Planning Commission cycle, and as part of their review, they adopted a negative declaration consistent with the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act. They approved a precise plan to provide for the guidance and specific development associated with the development of 138-unit apartment complex, and they adopted a resolution recommending approval to the City Council of the general plan amendment and the rezone, which is the purpose for tonight's public hearing. I would be remiss not to describe the precise plan of development associated with the rezone and the general plan amendment. The overall project includes 10 residential buildings, 2 community centers, 2 swimming pools, full courts, sports court, playground areas, lounge areas, barbecues, and the like, which cumulatively create a market rate apartment complex. The mix is reflective of a demand for additional lower bedroom unit apartment units. So there are 41 bedroom units and 96 2-bedroom units within this complex. There are no 3-bedroom units. Nonetheless, we feel that there's real sustainability in this project, and it speaks to the demand of the marketplace at this point in juncture. There are 2 manager units on site for a total of 138 units, ample parking to serve the site as well. We're very impressed with the amenities this project brings forward to the prospective residents that would call this apartment complex home. Council will be taking action on the general plan amendment first. The general plan amendment, the existing general plan land use designation over a portion of this project site is a medium density residential land use designation. The proposed would be for a high density general plan land use designation. The differentiation there is that in medium density, there are provisions from between 7.1 and 15 units per acre, and the high density, that would go to the next tier of residential density to 15.1 to 50 units per acre. As proposed, the apartment complex is developing at roughly 25 units per acre on the portion of these lands that are proposed for development, and I'll talk a little bit about what that means. Continuing on and looking at the general plan amendment, the amendment before you is also consistent with the housing element of the general plan, and it satisfies the state's housing and community development current density requirements for the vacant sites inventory, which is a component of your housing element, which ultimately requires 23 units per acre There's an asterisk in my presentation, though, because those 23 units per acre are based on the current densities that are available on this property right now. So the project density as proposed is just slightly higher. So the applicant could build 10 less units in this complex without the rezone and general plan amendment. So whereas we see this great variation between densities as it relates to medium to high density, ultimately in the end, the HCD is very particular about implementation of its housing elements today, and they'd be very serious about making sure the realistic capacity, those 281 units, were satisfied within our vacant sites inventory of our housing element. It's a number that they look at closely today for compliance with the housing element. And you might note that there are municipalities out there that have their housing elements in a state of alarm because of HCD rescinding the approvals for those housing elements. We have extensive dialogue with HCD with each of these multifamily complexes to make sure they're comfortable with the densities that are proposed. So although there is a potential for 50 units here, the requirement from our vacant sites inventory and our housing element requires 23, and the project density as proposed is 25 units. I would note it's only half of the area is proposed for development. If you think about this area, the apartment complex encompasses this area of the project site, and the overall area encompasses this additional piece as well as this very large piece down south of the Gary Lane alignment. That would be future development. So when you look at 138 units and you see the 281 units that are identified in our vacant sites inventory, this project is about half of that area. So consequently, the proposed development is right in the money as it relates to the general plan and the guidance that the general plan and the housing element provide. In terms of colors on the map, it kind of looks like this right now. The areas that are under review for general plan amendment to high density are these three light orange colors or salmon colors, and but the surrounding properties are largely high density properties, and the general plan amendment would provide for continuity throughout this neighborhood to allow for high density development to occur. That completes my component on the general plan amendment. Now let's take a look at the rezone. The rezone proposed, there are two zoning designations that would require amendment. One is a PD 3000 zone, and the PD 3000 component of the project are these two areas here. The PD 4500 is this area here. Sometimes it can be a little bit confusing. I've added this graphic over here to show. Notice that the parcel number for all three of these parcels is the same. That's because the Gary Lane and Barnett Way alignments are accomplished through street easements, and since the property hasn't been subdivided, that parcel is still held as one, as being a total of 8.42 acres. So these three components, these two portions of APN 012270002, as well as all of APN 001, are incorporated in the rezone. This portion of the property is already in a PD 1500 designation, so there's no change required there. So with so much of the area already being in PD 1500, it makes good sense to align the parcels with their surrounding developability. So that PD 1500 is also consistent with the general plan land use designation requested for HD, high density. We look at the colors on the map, how they change. Well, PD is all the same color, but note within the graphic to your left, there is PD 1500 already existing on a portion of the proposed apartment complex. Then there are PD 3000s and PD 4500s. Below is PD 1500 already, so cumulatively, we bring about consistency with our zoning and our general plan with a rezone to the PD 1500. There has been a neighborhood concern expressed per your late distribution, and staff takes neighborhood concerns very, very seriously. In this case, the primary concern of the communication is one of traffic. The citizen is concerned about traffic. There are notations as it relates to noise and the like, but planning staff really doesn't have the capabilities of adjusting the lifestyles of surrounding neighbors. What we can do is make sure that what comes out of the ground provides for sustainability, livability, and walkability consistent with the goals and policies of our general plan. Noting that we're serious about neighbor concerns, the CEQA document did look at traffic as a component of the negative declaration, which we're prepared to file upon approval. And the results of a traffic study that was required by that negative declaration determined that there were no mitigation measures that were necessary as a component of this project. Now, as you step back and think about that, we're adding 138 units into this area. It's not a stretch. I'm not a certified traffic engineer, but it's not a stretch to see that many of those mitigations are a part of this project. This project completes the Barnett Way and the Gary Way lane alignment, which allows Barnett Way to have multiple exits from those homes that the concerned citizen has called out. Right now, Barnett Way ends in a dead end, and to go anywhere from your home, you must go to Almond into a signalized intersection. Of note, the concerned citizen has a driveway that backs into Barnett. So if every vehicle trip that was generated on a dead-end street right now must go by your driveway, that might be a bit of some consternation to you as a concerned citizen. This project provides for outlets to Madera Avenue via Gary, provides a great proportion of the residents will actually take access onto Emily and not onto Barnett, and cumulatively is well on its way to the overall solution, which will be the extension of Gary eastward to connect with Golden State or Road 28 1/4. So that's the last piece of circulation in the area. We think that my thought is that perhaps one of the major reasons why mitigation measures weren't necessary as a component of the traffic study is because of the improvements that come with the project. Still, I did talk to the police department and asked them to let's dig into our data vaults and find out whether there are any other concerns as it relates to traffic on the site right now. And the police department advised me that there had been 0 reported collisions in the last year, and that there has been a few traffic citations, but there was nothing noteworthy to red flag the city or planning as it relates to bringing information to the council as it relates to the primary concern, which was traffic. That said, staff and the Planning Commission recommend the following. We would recommend introduction of the ordinance rezoning 2 parcels located in proximity to the intersection of Barnett Way and Gary Lane from the PD 3000 and PD 4500 Plan Development Zone District to the PD 1500 Plan Development Zone District, and adoption of a resolution amending the general plan land use map for the 2 parcels from the MD medium density to the HD high density general plan land use designation. That completes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boyle, for that presentation. Any questions of Chris? Chris, can you tell me, my assumption is at the Planning Commission level, they discussed traffic and traffic mitigation. I noticed that it was a unanimous decision on their part, but it was also addressed at planning, my assumption.
Well, there wasn't any concerns expressed at the commission. We had no neighbor opposition. The fact that there had been a traffic study prepared and that it had no mitigations was specifically addressed within the presentation to the Planning Commission last month, yes.
So my assumption is the existing neighborhood, the residents there were notified and there was no opposition, no one showed up to Planning Commission?
There were no neighbor opposition at that public hearing, no, sir.
I really like the plan. My first thought when I saw it was the existing residents, but putting the units in the middle with parking around, I think, is a great buffer. I think they're beautifully done. They look very, very nice. And you hit the nail on the head by saying we certainly here in Madera have a lack of affordable housing and housing in general for our community. So I think this works out very, very well. And to the points you had stated, we can now complete some of those dead-end roads that can go on to 145 or other areas. I think will be a better flow of traffic. Councilman Hawley, you have a question?
Yes. Mr. Chris, that piece that's still vacant there, is there's planning on be some development out of that pretty soon, or?
Well, let's talk about the vacant pieces that are here. This piece is actually owned by Pesterich Holdings. It's currently being marketed, and there are multiple individuals that are looking at development of that property, but multiple dialogues. I do not know at this point in juncture whether that property has changed hands, but staff has provided information along those lines. As far as any second phase of development here, it's a tremendous investment on the part of the applicant in building these first 138 units. It's not a stretch to say at some point in the future that they would move forward the second phase and complete the overall development of the property they purchased.
I like the idea that they're finally opening that road up to go to the other side, because it's, okay, sounds good.
I know, Mr. Boyle, you do take citizens' concern very seriously. Has there been a reply to this letter of concern with the information that you presented to us?
No, we haven't replied or done outreach to the applicants. To the appellant specifically. We received it just shy of being able to get it into your packets, and you know, the only thing we've done in terms of staff without outreach to that citizen is to investigate the concerns and be prepared to speak to them.
We can address that after we move forward with action, but I think at the least from either myself or from the department, whether it be a written letter or phone call, thanking them for the letter of concern and what our mitigation measures are, or what our feeling is.
Staff would be happy to prepare a response.
As it pertains to this letter. Thank you very much. Any other questions of Mr. Boyle? Anyone from the audience wishing to speak on this particular item, please come forward. Of course, please. It's going to cost you a name and address.
I think I'm going to go by and talk with it.
If I'm county, does that count if I'm county? I'm teasing. April Molina, 8117 Avenue 16, Madera County. I don't live in this area, but my daughter goes to South Campus, and there was a meeting a while back, a month ago or so, about there being more development on the west side of Stadium Drive as well. And I am all access on Google Maps, and there's a lot to be developed in that area. Traffic is, I don't know what made them decide that traffic wasn't an issue, because traffic is an issue twice a day. And I realize the PD doesn't have recorded incidents, but there are a lot of near misses. There's thousands of kids that walk and drive. A lot of them are 16 years old. I'm a driver twice a day, every day. I go in this area, and I wondered if there was any communication with the school district. PD was a great idea, but is there any communication with the school district? Because more development means more schools, means more kids, means traffic is still going to continue to be a nightmare on Stadium Drive. It takes me 20 minutes to get from Almond to South Campus on 13. I mean, that's a long wait. And when you have kids, they don't get out and walk faster than my car's going. So, and I realize that there are buses, but when you live where I live, you don't let your kid ride the bus. And so it just is what it is. And so she gets a ride. And I just wondered if there was any communication with the school district. That was all.
As a standard policy with residential development, the school district has routed the project and has provided consistent responses as it relates to that in terms of the number of students it would generate and where those students would be assigned and the like.
Thank you, Mr. Boyle. Councilman Hawley.
You answered my question.
That's a good point, Ms. Molina, and I can't speak for the police department, but they're full aware at South Campus, on Pine Street, on Madera Avenue, on Almond, and the like. And I certainly would hope, I'll back up just a little bit, growth is good for a community as long as it's done right and it's done smart, and I think this is one of those projects. It won't be long before a third high school will be built. And so that won't completely alleviate the problem, say, in the future as we continue to grow. But I certainly think that would alleviate people who live on that side of town that have to catch the bus at 6 a.m. for an 8 a.m. class at South Campus. So I know what you mean about the bus trips. So we're certainly well aware, and as we do grow and other traffic studies are done and we grow smartly, we'll certainly keep traffic measures in mind. There are other developments, not just residential, on 145, so we're certainly going to keep all that in mind as we continue to grow. But thank you for your comments, I appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to speak from the public, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll ask for title. I'm sorry, Councilman Robinson.
Also, I want to say also that we're in a housing crisis. Okay, and the trend right now is for high density, and also for transportation. How is walking, bike, and even scooters. So we have to put that at the forefront. Less cars and more other mobility. Thank you.
Good point. Thank you very much. Anyone else? I'll ask for title.
Thank you. Introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Madera amending the official City of Madera zoning map, rezoning two parcels, APN 012270001 and 012270002 from the PD 3000 Plan Development and PD 4500 Plan Development Zone Districts to the PD 1500 Plan Development Zone Districts as identified within Exhibit A.
Is there anyone wishing to waive further reading and introduce?
Mr. Mayor, I move to waive further reading and adopt item C41 as presented.
Second.
Actually,
this is an introduction.
Yeah, we have to do an introduction.
A consideration, I'm sorry about that.
So waive further reading and introduce the ordinance.
Waive further reading and introduce the ordinance presented at C41.
Second.
Thank you very much. It's been properly moved and seconded to waive further reading and introduce. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And now the second part.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve item C4. 2, consideration of adoption of a resolution amending the general plan land use map for two parcels located
Second.
In the intersection of Barnett Way and Gary Lane.
Second.
It's once again been properly moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all very, very much for that. Moving on to item C5. This is consideration of a resolution approving a change in the name of the Community Development Block Grant Review and Advisory Committee and request for direction on the role of this committee during the 2019, 2020, and future CDBG funding allocation cycles. Ms. Iareta.
Yes. Whoa, let's change that. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Very happy to be shifting our subjects to CDBG. No offense to planning, Mr. Boyle.
I think there was a little.
But I do bring before you 3 recommendations this evening. The first is that I recommend to rename the Review Advisory Committee to Block Grant Commission. The second is to reject a proposal by the Review Advisory Committee to appoint 2 council members to form an ad hoc committee. And the third is that council provide direction for the future role of this committee. And I will go into an explanation of each in just a minute. Starting with a little bit of history of CDBG. And for those of you that don't know what I mean by CDBG is the Community Development Block Grant. It's a funding source that we receive from HUD every year since being designated an entitlement community. It's approximately $850,000 that I'm talking about annually. In March of 2009, Council acted to adopt a resolution to form the Review Advisory Committee. The it was originally a 5-member committee composed of 1 member from the City Council and 1 member from each of the 4 Vision Madera 2025 implementation committees. And the objective of that committee was to ensure that the CDBG process and the allocations were aligned with HUD's national objectives and eligible activities, that they were also aligned with the City of Madera adopted CDBG consolidated plan, and that they were aligned with the CDBG citizen participation plan. At that point, City Council delegated the authority to review the applications and make recommendations for the allocations to the Review Advisory Committee. And then Council would generally approve those recommendations. In 2014, we came back, staff notified Council that we wanted to increase and expand our volunteer pool because we didn't have significant volunteers by just using the Vision 2025 committee members. So we suggested then that you structure a 7-member committee and follow the general board appointments, which includes a nomination from the mayor and each council member. You accepted that recommendation, and then we formed the 7-member committee since that time. We haven't had a shortage of volunteers, and we've come to you with nominations continuously since then. So I wanted to mention some of the benefits for maintaining a committee, and that is that we are gearing up to develop a new 5-year consolidated plan, which will be our 2020 through 2024. This ensures that the community continue to be involved and collaborate with local, state, county departments, nonprofit staff in developing the upcoming consolidated plan. It also ensures continued community input and involvement in not only the con plan, but each of the action plans that are developed within the con plan. It is something also that I share with HUD and brag about it because they're very pleased that we have this structure that enforces community engagement and oversight of the annual allocation processes. So that's another benefit. In addition, there's a lot of data that needs to be provided to HUD each year through our CAPER report, and the membership of the committee assists in surveying and collecting data, and it's a role that they execute effectively. Another benefit of having a committee is that we go through a pretty lengthy process of evaluating the applications, scoring them, ranking them, and making calculations to ensure that we're within the means of our yearly allocations. Having a committee has no financial impact on the general fund or any other grants, as all of the members serve on a volunteer basis. My first recommendation is that you change the name because staff has received concerns, complaints, I would say, from using the acronym RAC. And this was brought to the attention of the committee. They decided to address the issue, and during the past quarterly meetings, they have been trying to come up with a proposal for a new name. They reached consensus during the last meeting in January, and they are recommending Block Grant Task Force. We discussed this recommendation internally during a department head meeting, and our chief of police was present, and he suggested that the term task force has a connotation to military and police operations, so it might not be well suited for a block grant committee name. We brainstormed within staff, and we are suggesting and proposing that you continue to use block grant as the current membership recommends, but rather than calling it a task force, just changing it to commission or committee. And the recommendation from staff is that you use commission. In that form, we would create the acronym BGC. The second recommendation is proposed by the current membership of the RAC, and they are proposing that council form an ad hoc committee for the allocation process, beginning with this year's allocation process. Their recommendation is that 2 council members are selected to collaborate with the committee during the allocation sessions. They feel that the collaboration could be productive, and it wouldn't be replicating efforts in evaluating the applications, listening to presentations, and making allocation determinations. So their objective is to work collaboratively and to reduce the steps, making it more efficient. I explained that in the earlier years, the council did delegate that allocation process to the committee and used to typically accept the recommendations. More recently, however, council has been more involved in reviewing the applications and making different considerations for the allocations. Particularly in the last 2 to 3 years, they haven't been closely aligned with the recommendations of the RAC. Last year, they were very closely aligned with the RAC. So with that, my third request or recommendation is that council provide some direction as to what you consider most appropriate for the future role of the committee. And I've given you some options on this slide as well as in the staff report, and I can go over the implications of the various options with you. If you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Yvette. Any questions of Yvette regarding this particular item? Yes, Councilman Hawley.
You know, I like what I see here. I'm glad they came up with that decision. I think commission would be a very good name for this instead of a committee. Committee is just something that people just set on, but this is a very important part of our city making decisions. And I also like the idea that you asked for 2 council members, because at the last meeting, I think once we sit here and make a recommendation, then all of a sudden we get the opportunity to change it. So that means their work is really nullified of what they really went through all the work to do. So I think by having 2 council members on that, it will make the process more easy when it comes before council to weigh on what their decisions that the commission is making. So I'm in agreement with you changing that to a commission, not a committee, because that doesn't sound like something important. The commission gets.
Yes, Councilman Hawley, I did describe the proposal by the RAC. I didn't elaborate on my recommendation that council reject this proposal. Yes. That is my recommendation. I want to say that when they were developing this proposal, they were doing it in collaboration with staff, including myself. So we do participate and offer technical support. It all seemed fine in my view at the time until we consulted internally, and our city attorney advises that there are some conflicts with this structure because you are selecting council members to serve in a committee that you are delegating to be an advisory committee to the council. So you could be sending 2 council members to provide that in collaboration with your committee, and then have conflict when coming back to council to act on those recommendations. So it is conflicting. And
Yvette, maybe I can chime in too. Well, not a true conflict of interest, you know, in its purest form. It actually, basically, what I conveyed to Yvette on this was that it does kind of almost put you in a kind of an incompatibility. There's a concept called incompatibility of offices, and it basically puts you in an advisory role to yourself. And so is your loyalty to your role as the advisory committee, or is your loyalty going to be to the role of the council? In other words, are you going to be able to say no to the thing that you just advised on if that's appropriate, or yes to something that you provided advice differently when you sat on the advisory committee? So again, that would only affect 2 people under this proposal, and there's not really a true incompatibility of offices in the classic sense, but it does create that kind of relationship. So it does kind of create an awkward pull on the 2 members that are going to be doing that. So that was my concern.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gallegos.
I'm in favor of a commission because I think it should line up with our other commissions like planning and airport and transportation. And we have like, I think 8. And if that is the case, that it lines up to what the other commissions do, where we select somebody, they go through an application process, and the whole council approves that person. Then they have the same guidelines where they serve a 4-year term as the council person does. If it could be set up like the rest of commissions and it's just a replica, I think that would be a good idea.
it already has that structure,
Okay.
but it's called Review Advisory Committee.
I concur. I think commission is clean. It's and I can certainly understand some of the complaints and concerns about RAC. I'm not in agreement for that reason, for the conflicts that are generated by having two council members on the RAC. I get where you're coming from, Mr. Councilman, but I think the purpose and what we're trying to do is get community members with maybe a different set of eyes, how they feel in the community, what would be beneficial. And just as a reminder to the new council members, although funding has been dwindling, this is close to $1 million dispersed throughout the city with different applications. And we certainly value what the RAC brings to the commission, but sometimes the council collectively may see something different. And I think that's what makes this so special, is that we can continue to work together. They can advise and give us their view on how they see things, and we take it under advisement, as well as staff, and we also take that under advisement, but understanding completely that the final decision is made by the city council. And then I want to ask Yvette, as far as the roles and responsibilities, usually when a member joins, my assumption is that you and or staff gives them those roles and responsibilities and kind of outlines on what is asked of them as a commissioner. Is that correct?
Correct. In the past, the committee used to meet only during the allocation process.
Right.
And we started meeting quarterly now to get more engaged in the process and prepare for the process. So they do get more information.
And they're very involved. It's certainly, it's a long process for council. We have multiple meetings to disperse these monies, and it's certainly not easy, as Councilman Hawley and the rest of us will attest to, is that there's only so many pieces of the pie, and there's a lot of people asking. And so I can appreciate that they're meeting multiple times, and in years past, the RAC has done a tremendous job in bringing their recommendations to us. So I'm glad that they meet more than once. So as far as asking us for direction, I feel too that may defeat the purpose on saying this is what we want you to recommend. I think the value of having community members is so special, And although there's certain guidelines that you inform them of, I like that different set of eyes. I like that they are from the community. I like that they present to us something that we may or may not see. And so I feel that if we get too structured from the council in that direction, we're basically telling what we want them to
That's right.
to do and what we want them to recommend.
Yeah, I like to rescind that part. Yeah, because
Just-
I
just-
don't need no more meetings.
Just my thoughts. Councilman
Yeah,
Garcia.
Great move.
I had the pleasure of serving on the committee last year. Thank you to Councilman Robinson for appointing me. It was very interesting. Once we got into the meat of everything, we had some lively debates, and we discussed different parts of the equation. At the end of the whole process, I received a binder this thick. It was a lot of, but there are some members who have served in the past, and there's some are new members. And I think that if we explain clearly that they're an advisory role to the council, I think we should make those efforts to make them understand that it's an advisory. So I went through the process, we made recommendations, and they were changed later. Some of them were changed or adjusted. So yeah, I think that they have a useful role. The citizens of the residents of our community have a role to look at the funding. It's important funding. So I think we just need to make sure that they are fully aware that they're an advisory committee to the council.
Anyone else wish to comment?
You know, Yvette, a couple years back when I first got on the council, I don't know if Mr. Hutchings came out and he expressed some concern regarding how, you know, they're appointed, you know, and then there's a lot of overlapping because one, they go through the efforts of really going in depth and really helping come up with certain allocations of funds. And then once it comes up to the council, that gets rearranged. Like I mean, I know it happened once. You mentioned that, you know, we were more aligned, I think, this past year, but when that first came out, I mean, I think it was just the allocations of funds, how that was redistributed. So, you know, as an advisory, I think, one, it is important that they understand that role. But, you know, what changes is that when they come here, and it's like a last-minute effort to express to the council, you know, hey, this is, I think the council sees it as, well, wait a minute, you know, this, although I had the report or staff report in front of me, here's what they bring to the table, and we get a first-hand view of what exactly they're proposing and why they're asking for a bigger allocation or what have you. So what would be a good way for council, I mean, aside from the staff report, I know that we get to see that here when they present, but, you know, my only recommendation is that I would like to have my appointee really no different than the appointee for the Planning Commission. There were some items that came before us earlier, and I entrust that that person is going to do a really good job in selecting and allocating those funds. So when they come out here and we make the final decision, how does that reaction cross over with the advisory? How do they look at that? I mean, is it in a negative way?
Well, one thing is that they're seeing the replication of efforts. They receive presentations from each applicant. They score them, and then council receives presentations as well. So they, you know, it's a lot of work on their behalf. It's also a lot of work for the applicants. So they're trying to consolidate, they're proposing that some of those efforts, those pieces are consolidated. So I would ask if council wants to continue to receive presentations by the applicants, then that's one thing I need to know. How do we improve the information that you receive? I think maybe we show you more scores. We show you the criteria that the applicants are evaluated on, so that you understand why it is that they've chosen the allocations as they recommend them. And it's, you know, they are looking at past performance. They're looking to whether or not these agencies have produced successful projects. They are looking at staffing. They are looking at whether or not the funding that they are requesting is sufficient to carry out the projects that they are proposing. So they are looking at all of those pieces and evaluating, scoring and deliberating, and also doing calculations to try to be fair and effective. And maybe if we give you more of those pieces, maybe you can try to understand why collectively they're proposing what they do.
And I think that's why we delegate that to these appointees, no different than what we do to the Planning Commission. I don't see that they come here and try to plea or anything. I mean, they're on the sideline in case there's any questions or they want to, you know, present something additionally. But I think we have, well, I mean, we have the ultimate decision making, but nevertheless, we should entrust that our appointees, or in this case, the committee, has made a very well-informed decision on how those funds will be allocated.
Right. Another thing that they're doing is ensuring that the recommendations are aligning with HUD's objectives and priorities, with our consolidated plan, with our action plans. So when we submit that to HUD, we are demonstrating that they're aligned with the priorities as expressed by the community during that action year. So they are taking that into consideration as well, which is a significant component.
So I'd also agree with Councilwoman Gallegos and Mayor Medellin regarding the commission. I think it really gives it a good part of the acronym. I think it's a good name. But also, like you said, in improving maybe the way we deliver to council, but definitely not replicating the same efforts. So if that would be my recommendation, is that we don't go beyond that. You know, I mean, that we have enough information so that when they come here before us, then we can take them as they come along and not so much replicating the work that you've already done.
But I'm hearing that you want the applicants present and to make a pitch for their projects.
Well,
and their
I don't know that
you.
that's the case. I'd said that's been in the past, and okay. I'm not sure if that's something that the rest of the council would agree on. But I think that if you've already gone through the process of vetting them and allocating these funds, then I trust that the appointee that I selected in that committee has a capacity to do so. So I'm not saying be present to pitch it. I'm just saying, you know, not replicating the work, going through the whole process over again. It's a lot of work.
It is. I agree with you. We certainly don't want to replicate, but at the same time, asking for funding from this board and not being present is honestly, it doesn't show professionalism. At least here for questions if the council has questions. It would certainly be in their best interest. And we've had some in the past that did not show, and there were questions by the council that would certainly determine if we're going to approve funding or not. So I'm not saying it would be a requirement. It would just be my assumption that any applicant would want to be here and would want to speak.
Yes, they're definitely invited to be present and answer any questions. I do anticipate that we're going to have a growing number of applicants in years to come, so that's another factor to consider.
More applicants, less money.
So just to go back to what you said, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the point about not having to pitch it again, I totally agree with that. But having to be present, I do agree with you there. Okay. So yeah, if that was my recommendation, that's the way I would do it. Just not replicating the whole process again if they'd done that. Okay.
Thank you.
Just want to be clear on that. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Montes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And you kind of answered my question, but again, Yvette, how do we get to the point sometimes where do we vary widely on what they've recommended? Do we just disregard? Have we in the past? That's my question. So because they want their role to be either more clearly defined or changed. And well, with the discussion that you had, they kind of answered my question where if they don't show up and they've made a recommendation, the committee's made a recommendation to allocate some money towards them, they don't show up here, and it's like, okay, how can we have more questions? But, and you touched on it a little bit, but have we varied widely in the recommendations that they've made to what council makes?
So in my experience with this group, the last year, no. The prior 2 years, yes. Not significantly different, but I mean, that's probably a question for our mayor. What are the reasons? There's priorities that council had at the time, I would say. And so, yes, there was a shift the last 2-3 years. For example, 1 year there was a recommendation to an organization by the RAC, and council completely eliminated that agency for whatever reason. Council made that decision. In other cases, certain applicants were significantly increased from the recommendation of RAC. Again, it was council's decision.
So there's usually a reason behind it. It isn't just like, hey, we don't
No,
care, because we want to be
council
respectful of their
collectively
time
is
and their
making
opinion.
the decisions.
Okay, I'm just, got a new appointee on there. I want to make sure that we understand.
And I mean, council deliberates, and yeah.
As I mentioned, it's a very difficult process because all of the applicants are great applicants. They really, really are, and Councilman Garcia will attest to that. But in discussion with council, sometimes there may be additional sources of funding, let's say, where this is one of 10 other sources of funding, and the next applicant, this is the only source of funding. Without this funding, it may or may not happen. There's history with some that they've come here every year and they've been very successful, and this council feels that with additional monies, it may even be more beneficial to our youth or what have you. So as we deliberate and we discuss, questions arise about the application, questions arise about, in some cases, statistics. I'll just as a for instance, where $10,000 for one applicant could help 100 people, and $10,000 for the next applicant can help 2. Both very worthy, both great in our community, but as we're trying to help as many people as possible, council may feel that they may go one way or the other. So that's the open discussion we have. It's lies with the council. We certainly appreciate and take into consideration what the RAC presents to us, and then we make the final decision. You'll love it. Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you. And Yvette, you know what? In the past, I remember that council did have the presenters here, and I think council's actions were to try to help as many applicants as possible. But one of the issues that presented itself is that for the small amount that was allocated to them, that could be eaten up by certain fees, right? So I don't know if moving forward, when they're allocating these funds, that we designate a certain amount that's beyond that, because I think there was a cost for, I'm not sure if it was the granting or the funding. I think you had brought that up in the past, and although we want to help most of the applicants, I don't know that we would serve that purpose by that certain amount that we were going to allocate. So I think at least a minimum that presents a benefit to that organization.
And I'm sure that's something that the committee is going to recommend. Again, it has been recommended in the past, and I think council heard it loud and clear last year. So we did suggest $10,000. We might also propose that it be increased. There's a lot of administrative requirements, and we want to make sure that the agencies are providing the data, carrying out those administrative requirements, and that it's worth the money that they receive.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Anyone from the audience wishing to speak on this particular item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council. I know we have direction, but we need to put something in the form of a resolution.
So the resolution is to change the name, and I think I've received enough direction for the time being.
Well, but you'd still need the resolution to be adopted, and I believe the resolution, I can't remember how it's worded, but
it's the resolution to change the name.
But to
we have
just a resolution.
Just for the name change.
Yes.
And then the second part, request direction on the role for the committee?
Yes.
There's no.
That was just discussion.
Just discussion. So the only action taken is for the name change.
Yeah, and the name change as worded right now says change to Block Grant Commission, which I believe was where the council was at.
So we should add that in the.
No, you're right, yes. Block Grant Commission.
Block Grant Commission.
So move to approve.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded to approve the name change to Block Grant Commission. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Yvette, thank you very, very much for that.
Thank you very much.
We good? Moving on to item E1 under administrative reports. This is discussion on council travel budget. Mr. Rodriguez.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. The item before you this evening, it's a discussion item that was first broached by the City Council back on January the 30th. You may recall during the comment period, there was a discussion about the historical practice in terms of how much dollars were allocated to the City Council for travel. As the City Council members know, City Councils spend an exorbitant amount of time attending meetings that may potentially be outside of the area. Currently, the city policy is that every council member is allocated $850 per fiscal year. Just to give both the City Council and the community members here this evening some perspective, that number has slowly been decreased. So I'm going to go back to fiscal years 2016-17. At that time, every council member was allocated $1,700. That's not to say that you receive the $1,700. It simply means that you're allocated those funds. And then at that point, if you do travel, you would submit receipts, and then you would be reimbursed for the monies that you expended. If you were to go above that, then obviously that would come out of your own pockets. The one exception to that was Councilmember Robinson, who was eligible to receive up to $3,400. And the reason the council established that policy is because Councilmember Robinson represents the city of Madera on the South San Joaquin Valley division of the League of California Cities, which requires Councilmember Robinson to travel oftentimes to Southern California or Northern California, and Southern California being either in Riverside County, Imperial County, Orange County, or Los Angeles County. And as far north of Sacramento, I'm not certain if he goes further north of Sacramento. However, those trips often do require him to either stay the night or for food and travel. Back in fiscal year 17-18, the City Council, in an effort to conserve finite community dollars or funds, had reduced that to $850 per council member. However, Councilmember Robinson was eligible for up to $1,700. So it was basically a 50% cut across the board. So Councilmember Robinson went from $3,400 to $1,700. The remaining 6 council members from $1,700 to $850. Fast forward for the 2018-2019 fiscal budget, Councilmember Robinson's budget was reduced to $850 to align with the remaining council members. So it's currently the policy is $850 across the board. So at the January 30th meeting, it was discussed, can the City Council bring it back for a discussion item to talk about, is $850 the proper amount, or should it be more, or should it be less? So again, it's simply a discussion item, and staff is looking for direction. So currently, right now, collectively, the City Council is allocated $5,950. To put that in perspective, just this month, four council members attended the League of California Cities Conference. 3 of the council members attended the conference in Sacramento. Councilmember Robinson attended the meeting at the end of January in Irvine. And that roughly cost we had allocated about $5,200, and that was for room and travel and for transportation, because several of the council members, once they were there, they did take Amtrak, and then the hotel to the conference center was a couple of blocks. Actually, it was more than a couple of blocks, and it was storming. So we ended up taking cabs or Lyft and Uber. So again, it's a discussion item this evening, and staff is simply looking for discussion at the request of the council from January the 30th. So I'll turn it over to the council, and I look forward to the discussion.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Rodriguez. Any questions or any comment? I'll open it up to council. My assumption is Councilman Robinson has something to say.
Yes. Yeah, I'd like to say that, you know, I first became, you know, first vice president of the league. You know, it was, what, 6 years ago? And I've been hosting the general membership meetings, and those meetings are either in Bakersfield, you know, or even like tomorrow we have a general membership meeting at the golf course starting at 6 o'clock. Be there, and then I'm on the I participate on the policy committee of and that's called the Housing Community and Economic Development, and I might be sent to Sacramento or Costa Mesa, like end of March. And then I participate on the executive board since I'm first vice president, and we have all our meetings down in Tulare, and that'll take an hour to get there and back. And then we have our annual conference, and that includes hotel and the mileage. And we have also the policy committee at those conferences. For instance, when you guys went to Sacramento, even though I was supposed to go to Irvine, I still had to go to Sacramento for the community meeting. And then for league leader goals, when we set goals for the league, since I'm first vice president, I have to be down there, you know, either they have it in Long Beach or whatever. And then for a legislation action day, I have to advocate for our cities. And so we go up to Sacramento and we talk to the assembly members and the Senate. And then, you know, I'm on the budget, right? I'm retired on fixed income. And, you know, I've been trying to, you know, make up for it. And a lot of meetings I wasn't able to go to, even some of the city meetings. Like for last year, since I'm on the GSA groundwater sustainability, I wasn't able to make that meeting in Sacramento. It was a 2-day meeting because we didn't have the funds. You know, and the mileage is like, you know, like from New York to Georgia, you know, how Sacramento is to San Diego. That's a lot of driving. And then, you know, I'm representing the city of Madera, you know, I'm advocating for housing, jobs, and water. And then the value of the city, you know, I'm getting the education, you know, education lifelong. And like tomorrow, like I said, I'll be leading the general meeting tomorrow because the president, he is out of the country. And I led the meeting in Bakersfield. You know, I promise tomorrow it'll be a short meeting. Thank you. And also, you know, I participate in the WELL program, Water Education for Latino Leaders. Since I'm on the county GSA meeting, I'm on the board, you know, representing the city, and I pay that out of my own pocket. You know, so it's a lot of traveling. You know, I'm making an effort for the city and trying to get as much information we can. You know, concerning housing and stuff like that. You know, I have a list, you know, that I'm going to present that I attended last month. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. Any other input? I certainly appreciate your time spent on the League of Cities. Having a seat at the table at the League of Cities is important. Not all cities have that opportunity to do so. And being on the board, the Policy Commission, the Executive Board is a big responsibility. To go back, if I may, when we had our original budget and we approved, basically, you would get double what the rest of the council will get because of these responsibilities. But as we addressed, and the community wanted us to address the 2014 study, they wanted to address management salaries. We were addressing increased water rates. As you know, I think it was a good faith effort by this council to start with us. It wasn't a lot of money, and not every council member uses all of their allotment, but I think it was showing as policymakers that it's going to start with us, and we're going to cut our travel expense first. And it was just a good faith effort to show our community and show our employees that although it's not a lot of money, we understand completely, which meant we were to live within those means. That was my assumption, is that we now have a reduced budget, live within the means of the reduced budget. Again, that was just my way of thinking. And then we took it a step further, understanding that we need to basically save every penny, and so we made it even and equitable for every council member. And I know that it was a hit, Mr. Councilman, to go from $3,400 and a year and a half later, to a quarter of that to $850. Being very frank and being very honest, every one of us up here attends multiple meetings. Maybe not out of town, maybe it doesn't require a hotel stay, but we certainly have on the forefront and represent our community when it comes to housing, jobs, and water. So here is my personal take, in that the cost of advocating and representing the city should have some sort of result, should have some sort of seat at the table, should have some sort of vote or some sort of justification that says we have representation and our representative has brought something to the forefront to benefit the city of Madera. I think that's what's required of all of us as we sit on LAFCOs or transportation commissions, as we go to neighborhood watches, is that we work for our community and that we produce, for lack of a better term, something for our money. And so this is just me, in that we need to learn to live within our means. We might need to make some adjustments. We might need to feel that maybe some meetings are not beneficial to the city of Madera, and put our efforts into those meetings that are. I think the league that holds a conference for a new council and mayor is worth its weight in gold. I've been to those, especially as a new council member. They provide so much information, and then you get a chance to speak with other new members, some that maybe have a few years experience, some maybe not so much. But I think that is so beneficial and worth every penny, that I recommend that not only as a new council member, but also Councilman Gallegos took advantage as well, and even as a refresher to go back and meet others and discuss with other council members some of their challenges and their plights. So I'm just asking, or not necessarily asking, I'm just explaining to you in all honesty, Mr. Councilman, that as we reduce our budgets, as we live within our means, as we ask our employees and departments to do the same thing, that is the direction that we were taking, and that is every one of these hotel stays, every one of these where you say you have to make up for it, every gas reimbursement, is that 100% beneficial to the city of Madera?
Everything that we do is beneficial to the city.
Well, I understand that, but there's a different cost.
It's not, you know, you're talking, you're talking peanuts when you're talking about, if you want to talk cutting budgets, then like I presented before, if the city is paying for your health insurance $2,000 a month,
yes,
$24,000 a year,
yes,
for one person, that's where the cut should be made, right there. Not for, and especially since we deal with millions of dollars that for housing or whatever. We repairing the wastewater plant. You know, like I said, I talked to other cities, you know, mayors and council members who attend also, right? And when I went and inspected the new water treatment plant in Chowchilla, and they don't receive health benefits. And Hanford also.
Well, that's certainly a discussion we can have. Right now, the discussion we're having
well, we can
is
bring
on
it up
this.
then.
Certainly. As a matter of fact, we are. But the discussion we're having right now is on our...
Yeah, like I said, you talking chicken feed. When you're talking, you know, the travel, you know, 1,500 is not that much. You know what I mean?
Well, again, we represent the taxpayer and the citizens of Madera,
well,
so it's,
like I
it's
said,
not it's nothing is chicken feed.
Well, it's chicken feed when you are, what do you call it, you making 24,000 health benefit.
Well, please don't make it personal, Mr. Councilman. Councilman Hawley.
Not personal.
Yes. To make a long story short, I do think that he should receive 1,700. I know we had cut it from, we were at 1,700. And like I said, I don't use mine. Probably half of them don't use theirs. But he is traveling farther for our benefit. I'm not saying we need to go back to the 3,400 because that's what we cut it in half. But he took another half a cut, which I probably at the time should have said something and I didn't. But at this time, I know he's been doing a lot of traveling for the city, going to different leagues for us. And I know $850 is not going to be enough. If I have to, I'll just give him mine, if that's what it's going to take, because I don't even use it. But I think he should receive, on behalf of the city, $1,700. And I think it's well worth it. He does do a lot of traveling. He is bringing back information for us. He's not just going and don't come back with anything. So I think he's serving us well, and that's something that unless we decided that we don't want to be in the League of Cities, then I think he should be compensated. That's my point.
Thank you very much for that. Councilman Gallegos.
Just for clarification, Councilman Hawley, he does get 1,700. Am I incorrect?
No.
No, it was cut down to equal.
Why does it say 1,700, Robinson?
Look at the bottom one.
And then 1819 is 850.
Yeah.
For all of us. Nothing for League of Cities?
Well,
Sonia?
it's just a budget. It's just a flat budget.
Okay, so just, I get we need to be at League of Cities and we need to be at the table, and the travel, gas has gone up and food has gone up. So I don't know if this is something that we can talk about as council negotiate, that maybe because of the pricing going up, that we go to $1,000 for each council person, and Councilman Robinson boost them up a few dollars more because of the League of Cities. So we can come up with some negotiating price so that it's not a hit to the wallet as hard as it is with gas prices raging and food. And if you're traveling, you have tires, you have to repair and maintenance on your car. So there is some adjustment that needs to be made there.
Thank you for that. Councilman Robinson.
Yeah, like I said, you know, I was nominated for this position, and it's a 2-year commitment. You know, if we pay $15,000 a year to be in the league, all right? And if I wasn't already committed to doing the job, Yeah, I said, okay, do whatever you want to do. I wouldn't be in it, but I'm already nominated to do it.
No,
And that's why when the president is out the country, I have to step in and do the job.
for tomorrow night's meeting.
Yeah, and like I did in Bakerfield the last meeting.
That's the role of a first VP.
Yeah,
He gets to go. You got to take it up.
If I have to go down to Bakerfield to Larry, whatever, I need to be compensated for it.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Medillin. You know, when we first brought this before the council back in the fiscal year 16-17, I know that we were going through these budget cuts, and I think the council then had agreed then, you know, we should cut that down to $1,700 for Mr. Robinson. I figured that that would continue. At that time, I think I had introduced also that if one of us is not utilizing any of those funds, that maybe we can supplement that to Mr. Councilman Robinson. I understand that that is a role that you're taking on behalf of the city. And, you know, there are certain commitments that you have with that. And being that we're paying this money to the League of Cities to represent the city, then I feel that we should continue the $1,700 as was proposed in 17-18 and should be for 18-19 as well. I mean, I think those extra trips that he makes, and I think they're quite a bit. I would ask that Mr. Robinson, maybe there's a budget that we can see, and at the same time, I think Mayor Medillin asked a valid question: is, you know, with these meetings that we attend, and I know you bring back a lot of the comments, but what can we expect from the League of City as far as beneficial to the city of Madera? And I think it's only a small thing to ask. I think we want to know that where we stand as far as the league is concerned. Where does the city of Madera, and how can we benefit? I think a lot of good comments that you bring back, but what can we do and what actions can we take so that we can be more effective, especially with the League of Cities behind us? So, I mean, I'm okay with the 1700s. I hope that we can continue that for this fiscal year. And as we see our budget revisions, and we can take that accordingly year after year. But for now, I would say that $1,700 would be okay with me.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. Councilman Garcia.
As we move forward with adjustments, we're working on that now for our revenues and our expenditures. I wouldn't really want to see a change right now in this. I do agree that if a council member has funds that they know that they're not going to be using, if they could donate that toward the allotment, I think that would be a compromise, a solution that we could do without increasing our expenditures for travel. There is a lot of, quite a bit. I've noticed that myself. I've been coming back and forth from Madera from my work, from Fresno from my work. But right now, until we right our ship, I don't want to see any increases. But certainly, if it's within the scope of what we can do, then I can certainly see us sharing whatever we don't use.
Councilwoman Gallegos, thank you for those comments, by the way.
Just because Councilman Rodriguez is saying to put Councilman Robinson back to 1,700 doesn't mean he has to use it. It's just that we're budgeting it for that much. Because as of right now, it looks like we have only a few $100s left for the 18-19 year, and we're here only in February. So if we were to go ahead and put that amount to his account or whatever we decide to do, doesn't mean we have to use it.
I'm sorry, are you talking about all of us or Councilman Robinson?
Councilman Robinson for the League of Cities, if we increase it. And if we increase it, and the way it looks here is how much is budgeted. Like last year, most of us didn't even use the $850. And even if we budgeted that, it would, like Santos said, Councilman Garcia said, it would just lap over from the rest of our amount.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Medellin. So, Sonia, maybe the question is for you: is how would that be allocated if the council? I mean, I always think it's great for every council member to continue to refresh themselves with these events that the League of City puts out there. You know, unfortunately, some of us can't make it out there, but I do believe that it's something big, and I think we should have something budgeted for these. And if not used, then I'm not sure if those can be allocated to, in the case of Councilman Robinson, you know, I'm not sure if those, how would that be allocated? I mean, it's just one fund, right? And from that fund, council members are, so to speak, they each have a certain amount of funds, but if they exceed that, then can they draw from the total allocation of those funds, or is that specifically allocated to each individual? I see the total amount there of $59.50. So if you could elaborate on that, how would that work?
That has been the practice. It is a single budget, and it's broken down into the 7 individuals, just to kind of provide each of you a guideline of what amount to stay under. But we have had overages in different districts, and it is, as long as it's taken out of the full budget at the end of the year, then, and you're still coming under, then there isn't a requirement to make any other adjustments. In Councilmember Robinson's case, he does do a lot of travel, and he typically has exceeded the budget. So even if we adjusted it at this point, he's already beyond. If you changed it to 1,700, he's beyond that already.
I see. And do we have an amount of that budget at all? I mean, as far as what that is a year, I mean, is it an average of a certain amount?
Well, we could go back to prior years, but for the current year, for the remainder of the current fiscal year, and it depends again, whether overnight stays are required or not, how far he's traveling, it could easily go up to about $5,000 extra.
And so if the total budget is 5,900 and collectively that is exceeded, where does the additional money come from?
Mayor, we just adopted a budget amendment on December 19th to add $5,200. So Councilmember Robinson is included in that as part of the new mayor and council members' travel. Estimated expense for the 4 members that attended is about $5,500. So the differences would be taken, for example, Councilmember Gallegos had not used all her $850, so some of that would be used towards the new mayors and council members. So we're capturing it within the existing budget.
But if not, if we do not capture it within the existing budget, if we exceed the existing budget, my question is, what then? Are there reimbursements that exceed the individual during the fiscal year? If I exceed my individual budget, I then apply for reimbursements, I'm reimbursed?
As long as there's funds within that account line item, and again, as Councilmember Rodriguez mentioned, it's one budget. It's just broken down into 7 pieces. So you still have a total amount for the group.
Okay, so at the end of the fiscal year, if I've exceeded that amount,
I think Mr. Prisbilla needs to step in at this point.
I mean, is that
still
something?
The full council budget, correct?
Yeah.
Not just the line item?
Right. So if it's possible that the city council could go over on that particular line item for conference travels and meetings and be under on other line items, which would cover that. So we're using something called the roll-up codes. So anything within the M&O costs, as long as you don't go over on budget on that, that would still be within the budget. If you exceed your total budget amount, then we would have, the difference would come from the general fund reserves, basically. We would hope that, you know, budgets aren't exceeded without taking some kind of action prior to that. If the council decides, hey, we need to add another $5,000 to this budget, that's certainly at the discretion of the city council. We could see if there's other offsetting increased revenues or decreases in expenditures from other parts of the budget that could deal with that. But
I don't mean to cut you off. So I want to make sure I'm clear. Whether I have an $850 budget or $1,700 budget, if I exceed that budget during the fiscal year and I turn in receipts for gas reimbursement or hotels or food or whatever, I'm reimbursed.
Well, you
I'm
could be,
reimbursed.
or the city council could say, you know, you're up to your 850. Anything after that, you're over budget and it's not approved. So you would not be compensated for that.
That's what I'm getting at. So what I'm saying is if we're 6 months in, if we're now in February, and I've exceeded mine, but I'm reimbursed because the pool, there's still money there, then it could be justified that we're still within the collective budgeted amount. But if other council members at the end of the fiscal year decide to use theirs, we have now exceeded our amount. And so I've been reimbursed already. I've exceeded mine. They've all used theirs, but we've gone over the collective budget. And so you're saying without council action, without approval of anybody that I know of, maybe the city manager, we then just draw from the general fund. Is that correct?
That would be correct. That would be exceeding budget and expending funds that were not appropriated for without doing a budget amendment.
Because I understand that travel is expensive. I don't think that's the question here. Gas is expensive and hotel and food is expensive. That's not my point. I know it's expensive. We need to collectively live within our means, is my point. And that if we have a set budget and we can, without approval, exceed that budget and still get reimbursed, knowing that the general fund will fill in, that's not being fiscally responsible, especially coming from this board. Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Medellin. So Sonia, I'm sure there's a counting method that goes right there, right, with obviously with each council member. I think that if the council decided then, if we individually exceed our budgeted amounts or allocated amounts for that matter, we can adopt some resolution that comes before the council and maybe go for approval from the council if we want to exceed that. And I'm not sure if that's something that we have in play now, but going back to what Tim said is that, you know, if we exceed that, then we're dipping into the general fund. So this council can adopt some resolution stating that if any individual council member exceeds their allocated amount, then we can bring that before council's approval if there's still funds left for the remainder of the fiscal year. And in that case, you know, and I'll use council member Robinson's, for example. If he exceeds the 1,700 and there's still a $3,000, I mean, if the council so desires and he still has other meetings to go, then I think the council can make that decision at that time. And I'm not sure if we need to adopt a resolution for the council to bring that back whenever individual council member exceeds their allocated budget.
I'm thinking the cleanest way would be to set up individual account numbers for each council members as opposed to having a single account number that's broken down into 7 pieces. And then that would clearly show each total expenses for each individual. You can track it that way. And I'm sure there wouldn't be a problem with the council putting that restriction as well, saying, you know, if you want to go beyond that 850, then an item needs to be agendized for council approval in advance of that expense.
And the reason why I bring that up also, Sonia, is because if we don't use those allocated amounts, then obviously that's, I mean, you don't roll over. So therefore, if we do individual accounts and we go through the year and we notice that there's a $2,000, not because there's a $2,000, but if there's an expense that one of the members, it does not necessarily be Councilmember Robinson, then can they draw from that? Because once you establish individual accounts, then I think you separate that.
That's correct. And then just for the record, for the last, for 16, 17, 17, 18, we did not exceed the travel budget. And that's simply because not everybody used their budget, didn't go out of town for any reason. And also at the same time, it's important to note that we also draw from those budgets for attendance at local events like the economic summit that the EDC puts on. If we participate in the Boy Scouts Civics Day, if a council member participates, we draw from the travel budget as well.
Now, Sonia, the individual cards that are given to council members, those are connected to one account.
The credit cards?
Correct. Is that something separate?
Related to your budget.
Not travel, is that something separate?
It's still part of your travel budget.
Yeah. So, but it's
the same pot of money.
It's linked to one account only, which is
That's
Right, but we actually code it with the district as well. So when any one of the council members that attended the current conference, it's coded with their district. So it'll still show up what they call project line items for that individual. So you'll still be able to see if there's overages.
I see.
Mayor Pro Tem Montes.
There's a lot of good suggestions out there, but with the information that we got, it sounds like we're going over even though we have a budgeted amount. And that's something that, we're asking the community in light of the situation that we're in, asking the community to pay more, we're asking people to cut, and I think we should do it as well. I don't think there's any problem. I think if people don't use it, I think we can, but making an adjustment right now to up it, I think it'd be really hard to ask the community to foot the bill. And it's expensive. There's a lot of events and things that, we're paying out of our pocket on sometimes. I don't think anybody did this to get rich or anything, and that's not, I'm not saying that's what you did, but I mean, it's hard, and, but I think your heart's in it, right? You're doing it for the right reason. Well, we're all doing it for the right reason, right? Trying to make the community better. But again, we're asking the community to pay more. I'm telling them we're looking for every solution to, get our costs under control, and then at the same time, we're asking, but can you give me some more money? So it's kind of hard to ask the community to do that. But I mean, what we have, I agree that we can share. It's tough to share. I have brothers and sisters, and I didn't have a choice. They just took my stuff, so I had no choice to share. But but we can do. I think we can do that here.
Well taken. Thank you, Councilwoman Gallegos.
I'm just going to use the example of at school. We have 40 teachers who have a school budget of so much, $300-400, and your students are still going to need crayons and scissors and paper throughout the year. But once you've exceeded your budget, you're done. But you can still purchase. We still, teachers, purchase stuff our own money. But if you save your receipts and come towards the end of the fiscal year and there is still money in that account, the administrator goes to the staff and says, "Who's got receipts? We've got $500 extra." And they reimburse at the end, as if we could do it in the council. We have our individual budgets. At the end of the year, if there is something left in the pot, you submit receipts, the council votes and agrees that yes, at that time, but you would have to wait till the end of the fiscal year to turn in those receipts. It wouldn't be just like right away when you come back from your trip. So that's a business model they use in Madera Unified.
Because we wouldn't know until the end of the fiscal
Right.
year what additional monies were left from the other
Right.
council members' budgets.
Can just, if I may, Mayor?
Of course.
So one of the things, again, just points of clarification, if staff appears a little perplexed in terms of where the money comes from, it sounds like from hearing some of the figures that Sonia had outlined, I don't think that the city's or city staff has really been pressed with this issue before, because historically the city council members were allocated a higher dollar amount, and because council members collectively were not surpassing that dollar amount, it wasn't really an issue. And so historically, if one council member didn't use it, we would simply code it, or if a separate council member did surpass their individual allotment, and then they were simply reimbursed. So again, collectively, it was never an issue. The only reason why, well, one, it's a very good point of discussion this evening, is to clarify the dollar amount, but then also exactly what happens, because now because the dollar amount is lower, we're starting to bump up to the maximum. And so historically, if it seems like we didn't really probably have the greatest standards and policies in place, it's because we never had to cross that bridge. But now it seems like we're right there. The other point of clarification is that for this year, while we had only allocated $850 per council member, the city council may recall that back in December of the 19th, the city council adopted a resolution to allocate an additional $5,200 to attend the League of California Cities for the 4 council members. So this year alone, that dollar amount for the fiscal year that we're in, it was actually increased from $5,950 to collectively $11,150. So I simply wanted to make that a point of clarification. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Councilman Garcia.
So the Garcia family likes to stay within budget. I mean, we don't exceed the budget. We know what the numbers are. So I was a little perplexed about what we do when we exceed. I kind of heard 2 answers, but I think we rectified that, right? So here's my concern. If we have X amount of dollars And every council member has an allotment from that. I would like to see sharing, but account for that sharing. So like, let's say that Councilman Hawley is saying, I'm not gonna use it. And then he's gonna turn it over up to different council members or something. But there should be a discussion there and make sure that we actually have that money there before you share it. In other words, if you're sharing $800 and you only have 4, there should be a red flag going off somewhere so we don't exceed. That's one thing. But I would like to see sharing if it's possible, but not to increase the amount of monies we're allocating. Then, once we acknowledge that if we find out that there has been we have exceeded the budget, I would not want to see us reimburse anybody unless the council decides that that's appropriate. I wouldn't want to see anybody cut a check and reimburse from the general fund or any other fund without checking with the council. Now I'm not sure if that's happened in the past, but I would like not to see an automatic reimbursement and try to stay within our budget. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councilman Robinson.
When you're talking about saving money, I'm saving the city money by not taking medical insurance. Like I said, you know, that's a large amount. And if you're paying $15,000 a year to the league already to be in the league, and like I said, again, I wouldn't have taken the position if I knew I wouldn't have funds to cover my mileage. And I have, we say, forsaken, you know, hotel stays because, you know, I have family down south where I can stay with. And that's one of the reasons why my back went out. Sleep on the couch. Thank you.
If I can ask, Mr. Councilman, does the league reimburse at all for these meetings? Do they pay for mileage or meals?
For the goal setting one, they pay for that one, but they don't pay for the mileage down there to Costa Mesa. I have to pay that myself.
So any league
Just
meeting.
for the hotel room. That's it.
I'm sorry.
Hotel room for that one goal setting conference for the year.
But the other meetings, the policy committee, the exec board, your normal league meetings,
I have to pay for it.
the league does not reimburse for anything?
No.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Hawley.
Yes, let's do this. Let's give him his $1,700, and at the end of the year, whatever council members got left in their budget, if they want to share that with him, because we don't know what we're going to use throughout the year anyways. So at the end of the year, whatever that is, if he's got $200 over his budget, and my budget still has $300, then I have the option to give him that. But we should wait till the end of fiscal year before we do that. And let's move on.
Thank you for that. Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Medellin. Sonia, or Mr. City Manager, I think you had brought up a point about the council adopting to add an additional $5,200 for the events that that just came before us. Do we know what the what is our current balance, or what do we have right now? Where are we at with as far as budget? Because if you allocated an additional $5,200 for a total of $11,000, I think you mentioned what was that figure?
It was $11,150.
So what's the outstanding balance right now that we have?
I'm going to look over to City Clerk Alvarez.
Have we exceeded that?
Well, no, we have not exceeded that, and there's probably a few expenses that have not posted to that account yet. So
you have a guesstimate.
Under 5,000.
Under 5,000 left, right?
Left.
Okay, and we're getting closer to the fiscal year. So my only concern is that if all 7 members wanted to attend the League of City conference that we put up once a year, would our budget cover that?
Typical conference, depending where it's held, can run $1,200 to $1,700 for registration, lodging. So that gets used up pretty quickly.
So as I mentioned before, I think it's a good idea that council members attend at least once a year, once every other year. So would it be possible, and maybe the council might consider that we don't want to undercut ourselves by telling ourselves that we're going to be at a $3,000 budget, when in fact something like that can exceed over $8,000 or even more. So should we play it to where maybe we keep it where you allocate for all 7 the $1,200, and the reason I propose that is because we definitely don't want to undercut ourselves. And again, the other proposition I brought before the council is that if in any case any member exceeds their allocated amount, then bring it back before the council and ask for approval. And that could be through a resolution or something that we put together so that we can do that. I understand about the budgeting, but if any one of these council members is elected to go becomes an executive member to any of the agencies that they represent and have to travel, I would hate to see that you have to pull out of your own pocket and not be able to be effective for the city. I mean, you already pay $15,000. I still can't wrap my head around that, and yet we don't want to attend any of their meetings. So why even be there? We might as well cut that out. I'm not sure if that would hurt us, but I mean, we're talking budget. We might as well cut that off. I mean, think about it. $15,000 in the last 4 years is $60,000, and yet what do we got to show for it if we don't have representation for us?
If I may, Mayor.
Of course.
One thing that I would probably recommend, based on the discussion that I'm hearing, is having a separate line item in our budget that specifically calls out the League of California Cities annual conference. And what we could do is allocate every year during the budget process the attendance of that, which would include time, or if it's not time and travel, rather the cost to attend the conference and the room and board to attend the conference in a separate line item, which would be separate from the travel item here. That would not be a problem. And then if certain council members, because we're going to know by January, because the conference, it occurs in January. So during the mid-year budget, if a council member did not attend, and then we can easily roll the excess funds, or the unused funds, I should state, back into the general fund or into another pot of money. So one thing that I probably would recommend is to just separate so the budget itself would completely have a separate line item within it. And then at that point, the council members would not have to allocate their current allocation of $850 to simply attend that one conference.
Is the new council members and mayors conference every year or every other year?
Every year.
Every other year.
Yeah, that's every year, but there is an annual conference that's held in July or August every year. So I would think that at some point you're going to find value in one or the other, if not both.
But I certainly agree, a separate line item rather than increase your budget.
Yeah.
That if you attend, the monies would be allocated. If you don't attend, it's not part of your original budget. Councilwoman Gallegos.
It got answered. Thank you.
I'm not opposed to increasing Councilman Robinson's budget based on his responsibilities at the League of Cities. I was here when he first joined the League of Cities, and it was because of that. But what I am more concerned about is exceeding our budget as a whole. And that's not something that I would consider myself responsible if we set 7 individual budgets, whatever they are, which was a maximum budget of a particular item, and we were allowed to exceed that. And I don't think that we could bring it back to council every time a council member said, I had the opportunity to go do something. I don't think it's fair to bring that up. I think what is fair is to live within your budget, and if there's additional monies left over at the end of the year, if this council approves that those additional monies can be used for a council member, then so be it. But that would be a one-time thing at budget time at the end of the year, not an ongoing thing.
That's right.
That any council member says, I have multiple opportunities.
I agree.
And if I may there, Mr. Mayor, I just want to expand on what I said earlier, is that I think professional development is key for all of us sitting up here. You know, we expect our teachers, we expect our staff to continue that professional development. There's no reason why we should not be part of that. I think to serve our communities and serve our districts, I think we don't want to undercut that, and at least give us a certain amount of budget that allows us to attend this conference. If the council member so desires to go, then at least there's a budgeted amount for that. Whether that be a separate line item or not, I still feel that we should continue with professional development. And again, you know, going back to what you said, is that if at the end of the year there is leftover dollars, then we can allocate those in a form of reimbursement to whomever is attending these conferences outside of the city. So that's my take on that, and I do like the idea that was presented by our city manager. So,
and I just for the record, and this is me speaking, I spend a lot of time online. There's a lot of free information online. A number of us here attend the Sigma and our groundwater management meetings that are here locally. And for the times that I do myself drive to Sacramento or Bakersfield, I live within my budget. I know full well what my budget is, and I make sure I live within my budget. We have local representatives like Congressman Jim Costa, who makes his way here, that we can bend his ear more than once and share with him our concerns. And to your point, Councilman Rodriguez, there are a lot of issues that are statewide that sometimes or most of the time don't pertain to Madera, California. And so I think we need to understand that we're doing what's best for our city and maybe for our county, and there's other avenues, less expensive avenues, there's other ways that we can advocate and represent our city and still get things done. I just want to be sure that we are setting the message or sending the message that we too are fiscally responsible. Councilman Robinson.
Like I said, I'm saving the city $24,000. I could easily have been on the medical plan here with my wife and my kid, but no, I'm saving the city money, all right? And if I wasn't elected to do this position for the league, if I knew that the funds wouldn't be there, then I wouldn't have done it. But when I first joined, because I asked David Tooley, city manager, I said, what can I do to, to improve myself? He said, well, go join the league. And then they called me. They said, can you make it up to Sacramento tomorrow? I said, yes. And so I went, and then I took the information down. I brought it back down to the league, and I presented it to the general at the general meeting, and they were happy about it. And then within that year, I was promoted to first vice president. And it's a 2-year term, and if I wasn't already committed for these 2 years, this year would be up, next year, whatever.
So when did you start that term?
Last year.
When exactly?
It'll probably be up. Next year. It's a 2 years term,
What month?
What month? I think it was in December or something like that.
So this last December of 18 was a year already?
I can find out and give you the information later.
Councilman Garcia.
What is the process for notifying the council where they're at in their funds? Because we've already discovered that we've already exceeded, right, as far as like
mid-year budget, we get a.
We have not exceeded the total budget yet. It may be an individual.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So, and I think Councilmember Robinson can attest to this as well, that I have always kept open communication with him on where he's at within his budget. And so I would do the same with each of you if you were approaching your total, what we consider your individual allocation.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Do you have totals, council member totals from last year?
I do. Is it something that you'd want me to email to all of you rather than go through individual amounts in open session at this time?
Yes, if you would, please. Maybe the last 2 years, and then normally we're at mid-year budget right now, but include where we are at the halfway point of this year.
Will do. And then just also for the record, we have had a change in the council members representing, so it wouldn't necessarily mean that,
Mine's
for
zero.
instance, Councilmember Garcia used up, exceeded the budget when somebody else was serving.
That's not what you said when Robert Poitras left. He left me with $4.
And yeah, that is something that does happen when we switch boards mid-year.
Mayor, could I provide a little more?
Of course, Mr. Prisbilla.
Clarification, hopefully. This is kind of a different situation because all of this is within one budget line item, the conference, travel, and meetings budget for the city council. I believe it's at the council's request that we created what's called project accounting. So that budget is broken down into 7 different pieces with the respective amount for each district. The finance department would be concerned if we went over budget for the entire budget with that, because it's all within one GL code.
Right.
We have that much in the budget. Now, it's the department head's responsibility to manage their budgets and make sure that they stay within budgets. And if they go over budgets, then they can get called on the carpet for that, which would be Sonia in this case.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not sure if she's been given direction from council or not as far as what should she do if one council member is going over budget. I mean, she's communicated that with Councilmember Robinson, obviously, but should she then say, Councilmember Robinson, you've exceeded your budget by this amount, and so we're no longer going to do that, or what would be the direction of council? Maybe that would help Sonia make these decisions, or as long as we're not going over in total, which it doesn't sound like we're going to go over this year after the $5,200 budget amendment. We should be fine this year from what Sonia's telling me, but is there direction from council to the city clerk as far as what she might need to do, or as long as she stays within budget overall, is that okay?
My take is each council member has a budget and it should be not to exceed. And I think what I've heard here this evening is if, in the case of either saving receipts, if you do exceed, if there's additional monies at the end of the year by way of resolution, we can then use that as a pool. But I think direction should be given, in my opinion, that it has to be a not to exceed. That's the budget we need to live within as individual elected officials, and then as one budget line item from your department. That's my opinion. Now, what those individual amounts are per council member, I've heard a couple of different things this evening. Councilman Hawley had suggested increasing it to $1,700, and others had said to keep it where it is right now at $850. So that's what I'm going to ask for this evening, unless you want to see information that Sonia's going to email before we make a decision. That's another option. If not, we decide on what that budget limit would be for each council member.
So from what Sonia's saying, if that's the case, if you're going to limit it to a certain dollar amount, Councilmember Robinson has already exceeded the $1,700 figure that's been mentioned tonight.
Yes.
So perhaps we need to come back with the policy saying what action we should take at that point, or council give general direction to Sonia as far as how to proceed for this current year budget.
So the $850 was implemented when? I'm sorry, tell me again.
That was the adopted budget for the current fiscal year.
Starting July 1.
Yes. For all 7.
For all 7. And Councilman Robinson has exceeded that already. Is that what you're saying, Tim?
Exceeded $1,700.
That's correct. But he also, part of that expenditure is part of that $5,200 additional amount that was approved or adopted.
It sounds like we'll probably have to go back, sharpen our pencils a little bit to find out exactly what was allocated to whom. I think just to recap, so if I had to capture the discussion right now, and please feel free to jump in. Moving forward, what we'll do in next year's budget, we're going to add a new additional item that would allow every council member the opportunity to attend a conference. That's going to be one line item. If a council member elects not to use that, and then we'll know by January of every year, and then those dollars would be returned back to the general fund. On top of that, whatever the discussion is tonight or moving forward, whatever dollar amount, it's going to be a hard number, and no council member can exceed that number. So currently it's $850 per council member. If a council member has receipts that exceed the $850 towards the late part of the fiscal year, city staff would come back to it would come back before the city council, and we would have to make a determination if there was excess funds that certain council members did not expend. If certain council members did not expend, then they can transfer those dollars to the individual that has receipts that exceed the allocated $850.
That's what I understand.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're clear on this. So is that the wish of the council? I mean, is that the recommendation? Because we spend about an hour right now just talking about how we're going to save $850. Or I can spend that hour and trying to see how the city's going to bring $1 million in revenue.
Pennies.
And, you know, so that to me, you know, it's valuable time. I mean, I think that in the case where Councilman Robertson does attend some of these meetings, I don't see how $850 would really put this city in jeopardy. I'd be having a more meaningful discussion on how we're going to make $1 million of revenue. And that's how I mean, it's just my opinion. So, but make sure clear that that's how we are going to move forward. And I think you expressed that as well. Thank you.
I told you that an hour ago.
I think you have clear direction, and then we will wait for Sonia to send us email on the past 2.5 years' budget. Fair enough?
That means we're going to come back and spend another hour in the next session?
Maybe just 45 minutes. Government, Donald.
Yeah, why don't we just go ahead?
You get paid by the hour, you know that.
Yeah. Why don't we just go ahead and approve him to have the 1,700, and we stick with our 800 at the end of the year. Whatever receipts he got left, then we can talk about it then. To bring this back to another meeting is depressing. I'm serious. We go through this every night of one little issue. We took an hour and some minutes just to discuss this one item, when all you had to do is just, you know, he's doing it for us. I mean, $850 to add back to his budget is not going to kill us. And we spent 2 hours with staff time and how much money we lost just to say we're going to bring it back. I don't want to hear that. I'm sorry.
Are we talking about the new budget cycle 1920? Are we talking about making immediate change?
Make an immediate change.
So for the conference, it would be new budget cycle. However, the discussion tonight would be for the existing fiscal year that we're in right now. That runs through the end of June.
Can we take a vote?
So at this point this evening, the item was simply scheduled for discussion and to provide city staff with direction, so we would not be taking a vote this evening. However, whatever direction that the council gives to staff, we can come back with a resolution amending the existing adopted policy of the city. So again, it's simply for discussion purposes. It's a challenging discussion, but it's one of the challenges that as staff, as we're starting to anticipate the council bumping up into that figure, we were simply trying to, truly cut it off at the path and to make sure that we had clear direction for the council. So in case a council member was about to exceed the $850, that we would have some guidance from council.
And I think you have that guidance, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yeah, and I would add, because we are talking about travel to these League of Cities, I would also add if we can get some costs of what we as a city pay to this League of City and what we get in return from them. I mean, I'm sure there's some legal counsel or something else, but I'd like to know that also in that discussion.
That's a good point.
And if we're forking out $15,000, we might as well know what we're getting into.
A lot of money. Come with free something. Moving on to council reports, starting at my far right with Councilman Robinson.
Yes, on January 17th, I attended the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Policy Committee, and they brought up the league goals. Number one, housing the homeless is a priority. They focused on economic development, and they want to bring back the tools of redevelopment, and for like affordable housing. And then number two, they want to improve disaster preparedness, recovery, and climate resiliency. They want to, like for instance, what happened with that fire in Paradise. I don't know how many homes burned up, what, 20,000 or whatever, and what, 80 people died. Anyway, they want to know, should housing be rebuilt in that area? And three, they want to promote sustainability. And the four is concerning public safety. They want to decrease homelessness. And then they had a presentation for the Institute of Local Government, FLG. They want to support those who support local government by researching best practices. And then they talk about case stories, provide training and opportunities for peer contact. So they'll come to your city and they'll help you develop a program to improve your city infrastructure and your downtown. They talk about sustainability program, the 142 local program. Then they brought up the Beacon program. It's a framework for the best practices for activities to achieve results. They support your project by cap and trade. And then another item is climate action plan. And they want to provide, through programs, provide valuable information. And then they discussed Senate Bill 856 concerning the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. They have money, like $3 million, to be available to provide technical assistance to disadvantaged cities. So they have $1 million assistance. I mean, they have more than that, but if you want me to, I can talk to the city manager concerning that.
I want to know how we can get some of that money.
Is there to be, taken? I have the information right here for the website. You talk to Carol Lee Brown, KP Brown at California.org.
We need to know how to get that money from Madera.
Yeah, they got all that.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Gallegos.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Councilman Garcia.
I'm not going to give you a list, but I had some interesting conversations in our community regarding the an orientation at the Housing Authority, which I learned quite a bit. The arts. There are people in this community who are very, very in tune with bringing more arts to Madera, and I was really glad to hear that conversation. And the visiting with the folks over there at the Roosevelt School regarding the housing. I think that was very, very informative. We had a lot of community members there. So I think those three items are just part of the learning process that I have, and I'm really glad to see Madera and our community concerned with those issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Hawley.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Councilman Rodriguez.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem Montes.
Nothing to report.
Thank you very much. Last week, we finally cut the ribbon on La Quinta across the street. I was actually surprised to find out how much money the owners invested, millions of dollars. Did I hear $11 million? Is that right? Somewhere up there, $11 million at this hotel. We absolutely welcome people investing that kind of money right here in Madera, and it's beautiful. I didn't get a chance to go see the rooms or anything. I only got as far as the lobby and the food. Anyway, also Civics Day. I want to thank all those who have participated today in Civics Day with the Boy Scout troops and touring our fire station and touring our police department. That was absolutely fantastic. So thank you for all who participated. And April and John Molina, thank you so much for being here, for the opening invocation, and for your questions and concerns about how our community grows. We are growing, and that's a great thing. It's how we grow, as I mentioned before, is the concern. And so thank you for your participation and for your input. And then a week and a half or so ago, the city manager of a city called Rutland, Massachusetts, the geographical center of Massachusetts, called our city manager and wanted to have a friendly wager, state against state, in the Super Bowl. And so our city manager was gracious enough to pass the baton, so to speak, and I was able to talk to their city manager as well as their, she's not called a mayor, she's a chairman of the board of this town, who is diehard Patriots fans. I mean, they're the only NFL team in the state, and they are not envious of California having so many pro teams. Anyway, it was a fun conversation, and the wager was whichever state lost would have to send the other city a basket representing who we are. And so I get a call from a woman at the local newscast in Massachusetts, and we did a phone interview, and apparently it was the talk of the town for the whole week. It was a lot of fun. And then asked me what the basket would consist of, and I said wine and nuts and maybe a few other things that represent Madera, but you kind of caught me off guard. And then our local TV stations picked it up. Channel 30 picked it up, and then 47 and 24, and we got a couple of phone calls. And thank you, Joseph, for helping us with that. But it was a lot of fun, and I went to a couple of parties with some local Rams fans this last weekend. Unfortunately, they lost. So I did tell the newscast that regardless of win or lose, I'm going to send a basket, because anybody who reaches out to Madera on a bet like that, I want them to know a little bit about it. What was kind of fun is their city manager is very, very young, younger than our city manager, and he's been at the helm for about a month. And so when he reached out to our city manager, I said, I almost got you. Ours has been with us 2 months. But I thought it was a lot of fun. We got a chance to talk. I talked to the chairman of the board. Her name is Sheila Dibbs, just before kickoff. And when I say just before, I mean like moments before, and it was the worst thing I could have done, because this is her team. She's a diehard fan. She has been since she was a little girl, has season tickets. So the last thing she wants to do is talk to some guy in California. I congratulated her after the game, and I said, give me a little time to put this basket together. And so on social media, I asked for a few suggestions, and there's quite a few wineries around. There's a lot of people that have almonds and walnuts. We're also known for our dairy. Something from downtown. We have Love Madera t-shirts that April's going to help us put in the basket. Yosemite's in our backyard, and they're very curious about Yosemite and things like that. So I'm open to suggestions. I thought it was a lot of fun, and quite a few people said, way to represent Madera and California, and maybe for the NBA Finals we can do something else with the opposing state. So we'll see what happens. But I want to thank you, Mr. Rodriguez, for your participation in that. And I want to thank staff again for all your input and help with all the behind-the-scenes work to get us to where we are right now. So with that, thank you, everybody, very, very much. Have a good evening, and I will ask Mr. Richardson to make an announcement.
Yes, Mayor, the council will now adjourn to closed session in 3 items. First, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The parties and representatives are as listed. The second is conference with legal counsel and anticipated litigation. That's significant exposure litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D2 in one matter. Last being conference with legal counsel and existing litigation pursuant to Subdivision D1 of Government Code Section 54956.9, and the matter is listed on the agenda.
you would, please.
Am I good? All right, Mayor. The council adjourned to closed session in 3 items. First being conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. No reportable action was taken. The second was conference with legal counsel and anticipated litigation. At significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D2. No reportable action was taken in that matter. And last was conference with legal counsel in existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D1. No reportable action was taken in that matter, and that's all I have.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you, everybody, for those who stuck around. Meeting adjourned.